getting people in here in Clubhouse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, guys. Share the video. Share the video. Okay. For those of you in Facebook and YouTube, welcome to South Sudan Eagle Media. And for those of you in Clubhouse, we will be playing the interview, the press conference held in the office of President today in Juba. So this interview is about 57 minutes long. So for the British lawyer Stephen Key. So we'll be playing that video after that video finish, and then we will be going to read chapter 2 for the full report from pushing the reset button for the South Sudan. So this is what we will be doing. So before I play the video, Nisip Majung Makur, can you want to say something before we go ahead? And for those of you who are watching in Clubhouse, Facebook, please start sharing it. We will be live in Clubhouse, YouTube, and Facebook. So after we play the video, and then we will be reading chapter 2 out from the report, and then we'll be open the floor for discussion both in Facebook and Clubhouse. So, Comrade Majuk, go ahead if you want to say something, introduce yourself, and then we can go ahead with the video.
Yeah, thank you so much, Abraham Adit. Yeah, first of all, let me welcome our viewers on Facebook and on Clubhouse. Yeah, we are here, as you have heard from my co-host, Abraham Adit. We are here to discuss the research report titled Pushing the Reset Button for South Sudan, which was released on 29th of last month, March 2022. And yesterday, we have seen the British lawyer, that is Stephen Kay, held a press conference in the office of President, jointly with the Presidential Press Secretary, Attenwek, to give meaning to the documents which was released. And we are here today to let our viewers listen very keenly from Stephen Kay. And after his interview, we'll go straight to our documents. Previously, we read out chapter 1, and that's where our conversations ended. And now we are resuming it with chapter 2 that talk about the narrative, that is negative narrative from international community in regard to 2013 coup attempted, and also 2016 attempted coup, according to the documents. Yeah, that's what I can add. And thank you, Nisip. You can proceed. with
Thank
the
you, Nasib. Thank you, Nasib. Co-host in Clubhouse, Dane Kamis, do you want to say something before I go ahead and play the video?
No, I'm fine now at this time. So I want to hear what the whole video, then I'll add my comment later. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, thank you. For those of you in Facebook, thank you for tuning in. We'll be playing the press conference video that held today in Juba. So it's 57 minutes. So you guys get yourself a popcorn and something to drink and share the video and then enjoy the show. And then after we play this video, we will welcome people in the studio and also in the clubhouse, and then we'll start discuss. So thank you. Let me play the video.
Honorable ministers present in this press hall, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the office of the president for the press briefing that is about to be given by Stephen K. QC Barrister at Law. Is the head of the chamber in now 1112 South Square, Grace Inn, London, WC 1A. It came last time because he has just changed the address and came to this country. So in the last report that was given by His Excellency the President, Stephen K. was introduced to be having the address of 9 Bedford Row, London WC 1R, but he has changed the address I have just given. For the purpose of this press conference, Stephen K. is going to talk to the press about the report that was just being declassified as it came in the press briefing of His Excellency the President, that certain document and certain intercept as of the 2013 and 2016 political crisis in the country are going to be declassified and released for the public consumption. Those reports, you might be aware that they are now online. But the best person to give you and answer questions that you cannot get their answers online is Stephen K. I will be introducing him so that he walk you through the press briefing of today. When the session of questions come, we will be happy to take your questions. Any question that deal with the political complexity of the South Sudan complex situation, I will be taking those questions. Any questions that is regarding the law and regarding those documents it is received, that will be taking those questions. Without further ado, I will introduce Stephen K.
Thank you very much, Tenny. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the press. I'm here to not only introduce myself to you, but to introduce the report that was released last week, pushing the reset button for South Sudan. That report was an independent report commissioned of me and covered specifically events relating to 2 attempted coups, one on the 15th of December 2013 and one on the 8th of July 2016. In looking at the evidence concerning the coups, I was particularly directed to telephone intercept conversations that were made in South Sudan The recordings were preserved in South Sudan, and I was given access to them. The report discloses the information within the telephone intercepts. It also looks at the international community's reaction at the time to the events involving the conflicts that broke out in December 2013 and July 2016. And it also looks at the progression of events between those two dates. So if I can introduce myself, as there's been a lot of speculation I have seen in the media surrounding South Sudan, a lot of it erroneous, a lot of it plain wrong, and I will introduce myself so that you know who I am. I'm a Queen's Counsel from the Bar of England and Wales. I'm a lawyer with over 40 years experience. I have spent 25 years working in international criminal law, and that came about from the first case at the Yugoslavia War Crimes Tribunal that set the modern international criminal law and war crimes laws. I was in that first case, and I remained practicing in this area, going to the Rwanda Tribunal, practicing at the International Criminal Court. And in that 25 years, I experienced the kinds of situations that the evidence in relation to the 2 attempted coups have been able to produce. I am very familiar with telephone intercept evidence. We had them in the Milosevic case. We had them in the Kenyatta case. I'm very familiar with why people try and keep their activities quiet and secret and discreet and believe the telephone is a medium that can do that. Conspirators and those planning attacks don't broadcast their intentions. They speak on the telephone. At the Kenyatta case at the International Criminal Court, I produced telephone intercept evidence that was the first ever produced within an international court involving telecommunications. And that provided the stories of activities of those people involved in events in that country. So it was no surprise to me that, looking at my background, that the government of South Sudan wanted me to look at evidence that they had in their possession, that the president had spoken on several occasions about the fact that there had been 2 attempted coups, first of all the 15th of December 2013, and then the 8th of July 2016, but had been ignored by the international community, and instead what we call a false narrative began to develop within the media and elsewhere that was taken up by international institutions and the truth concealed. So my experience has been that the analysis of such evidence is very important as it leads the way to the truth. And when you get international institutions disregarding the word of a president, it is something worthy of examination to see who is telling the truth. My analysis of the audio intercepts of key participants within the conflict of the 15th of December 2013 onwards is clearly set out in my report. You will see there words taken from the telephone tapes that were made at the time of the individuals who were conspiring to take power and do so with violence. And they planned an attack, and that attack is revealed in the extracts that I have put in the report. Of course, there are far many more intercepts that show even more plotting and events. But this is the essence of what took place. And it reveals that what the president said shortly afterwards on the 16th of December 2016 was in fact true. The context of the conflict within South Sudan, however, was quickly put into a narrative that it was a conflict between two sides. And the point I want to bring to your attention, and why it is important, and why I think the reset button needs to be pushed, is that the unlawful taking of power by violence by a group of individuals, politicians, and military commanders that involve the taking of life, the deliberate killing of people, killing of soldiers so that you can get access to the weaponry, killing of others such as soldiers, police, and even civilians so that you can get access to key bases and then control strategically the capital of the country, is a matter that happens that gives a state the right and indeed the duty to protect its people and to protect the government. What I looked at was far too easily brushed under the carpet. It was far too easily dismissed for what was being said by the government of South Sudan, that these events were an attempt to unlawfully seize control. My experience in the international criminal courts has given me the opportunity to analyze international narratives such as that surrounded South Sudan. I've seen it in relation to the assassination of Rafik Hariri in Lebanon, in relation to the Tamil Tigers War in Sri Lanka, in relation to conflict in the former Yugoslavia, in Bosnia, Serbia, and Croatia. And what I've observed is that a narrative gets a push behind it that then is regarded as being the truth, but the truth has never properly been examined. And I've been in court cases where I've examined those facts and I've been able to show where the truth lies and that the narrative that was being pushed was not a true narrative. And this has been a concern of mine for a number of years, because too easily the narrative that is taken up carries consequences for a state, for individuals within a state, for the development of that state, and indeed for justice in that state. Because if a state is being viewed through the wrong lens of truth, the state is not being appreciated and respected internationally and able to achieve its full potential. There's a famous saying, I think by Mark Twain, that in the time that it takes for a lie to get halfway round the world, the truth is still pulling its pants on. And that is so with false information, and indeed with the manipulation of the narrative, with the manipulation of facts. So the report that I produced with my team analysed the intercept evidence and was able to establish a pattern of facts. However, we didn't leave the matter there. We were aware that there had been a South Sudan investigation commission that was organised under presidential decree in January 2014, and that investigation commission had held a series of examinations of key witnesses to events that had unfolded on the night of the 15th of December 2013 and in the days thereafter. And what was remarkable was this, that the witnesses speaking weren't aware of the intercepted communications and the stories that they told. The witnesses were not aware of the total picture that the intercepted communications revealed. However, both sets of evidence from the investigation commission and the telephone intercepts cross-corroborate each other. They are mutually corroborative, and both of them have come about from different sources. So that is important when people analyze the facts and truth about the events that took place, because you're not looking at just one source, you're looking at two sources. And so I've referred to why this is important for the government of South Sudan to have the truth revealed. I've referred to the respect that is due to the state, about the truth being known. But I also would like to refer to the fact that false allegations undermine a society. They undermine the confidence of the people in a society. They spread fear. They spread information that is destructive. And it presents an image to the rest of the world that a society is at conflict with itself. And that is not a good thing. It was a great shame to me that, looking at the work of the African Union Commission of Inquiry into South Sudan, that they did not take the time to analyze the telephone intercepts that I did, because they would have found their way to the truth, and events may have been very, very different in the subsequent years for the development and progress of this state. Because one of the problems about the incorrect stories the wrong narratives is that they're adopted by other people, that people just look at what was said by the one before them, and then that becomes the so-called truth. I've seen it in the last few days in the reaction to my report. That's the same thing that is going on. But the facts and truth speak for themselves. That is what I have sought to lay out for you, for the government, for the people of South Sudan. And I hope that you will consider the content of that report and what it reveals, and that the recent tensions in the state can be calmed down and people, on a basis of truthfulness, seek to reconcile and develop this society. So that is my summary of the report and a number of the issues that it has brought to my attention and that I wanted to bring to your attention. But I'd like, before I take questions from you, to think about the victims. And this is important. Spreading false news and not telling the truth disrespects those victims. And I would like, if I may, to just have 1 minute's silence as we as a collective in this room pay our respects to the victims. Thank you. Thank you. Tina.
Yes, now is a session for questions. I will be actually ready to pick your hand if you are. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Troy. I work with the radio community. Yeah, it's good you mentioned that your report has a lot of reaction on social media, seen as well as what is the truth about your report, given the fact that most of the information that you gather are based on telephones intercept, and that telephone intercept, most of them are provided by the national security of the country. With that, how would the independence of this report could be to those you mentioned are the victims of this conflict? Second question, some activists has been mentioning online, criticizing you that you have been paid $1.7 million to do this report that can change the narrative of the conflict in the country. How could you justify that you did not take money for federal purposes? Thank you.
Let me deal with the first question first, because that's actually the most important. The telephone intercepts have the telephone numbers of the individuals all cited in the report. And there are many more calls that they make during the course of the day. And I've seen the references with the phone calls and I have cited the downloads that were made, and I've given you the direct speech from those calls as to what the people on the telephones at the time said. They are authentic. They are authentic, and if anyone wants to challenge them, we can also go to the expense of having cell site evidence if it's still available. I used cell site evidence in the Kenyatta case to prove the truth of what I was saying then to the International Criminal Court. It is evidence from the positioning of a phone, but not only that, the other contents within the telephone transcripts have personal matters between the particular people who are making the telephone call. Fake news about 1.7 million. I don't answer questions, respond to questions on fake news, because quite frankly, to give respect to something that is a lie like that is not right. It's not the right thing to do. And I suggest the journalists themselves who publish that should go and look at themselves, look at their training, look at their motivation, look at their claimed source, and look at whether they can be respected as a journalist. Because the public rely on journalism to tell the truth. It's an important duty. But to have it subverted is bad. And so while you might clamour for press freedoms are a privilege as well, to be able to address people and talk about other people, such as myself. That's a privilege. So talk the truth and respect the truth. Don't make up stories. And I really do suggest the editor of that newspaper starts having a regulatory overhaul of what is published. Thank you.
Yes, John Wall.
Right, thank you for the chance. My name is John Wall. I work for Al Jazeera. I just have two questions. One is, do you think that your report will be adopted by the international community as they did with the AU inquiry report on that issue? That is the first one. The second question is, what is the kind of mechanism that you use to get this information? Thank you.
Right. I'll answer your second question. The mechanics of that are a matter of national security in any society. All right. So I won't go into the mechanics of that, as it's not right to do so. But you've probably seen enough television and movies that tell you how it's done in a filmic way. Looking at your first question, will my report be adopted by the international institutions? I think they will consider the content of my report. I have a meeting with a significant international institution next week in London, arranged as a result of them coming across the report. A number of the people within those international organizations know me from other cases that I have done. I've mentioned the Kenyatta case, which was in East Africa. And I believe that they will seek to discuss matters with me as to the significance of it. But in many respects, you become a little bit used to being almost controlled by the international institutions. And whilst apologies are sought from you, the South Sudanese people, and I'm talking to all of you here, on whatever side you are in the political debate, and you're told to apologize to each other and acknowledge the other's wrongs. I would like to think that the UN institutions, the AU, that got the facts wrong, that had an opportunity to get the facts right, apologized to South Sudan, to its president. I think it would be right if there's a mistake that it's quite clear. I cite in my report the exact paragraph of the African Union report, paragraph 68, where they say they didn't believe the story that was provided by your president, and the exact paragraphs from 128 onwards in the African Union report that demonstrate they were provided with a CD-ROM of these intercepts at the time when they were making their inquiry by the head of your national security services, and obviously didn't consider them in depth enough or listen to them properly. And so there needs to be an apology there, because that has flavored and colored how people view South Sudan. And that's why I say the reset button needs to be pushed. I mean, those conspiring to carry out the coup, which involved violence and killing people, they were able to manipulate the international community, the news, by allowing them the false impression that there wasn't a coup attempt, by perpetrating a story that it was interethnic violence. Actually, if you look at my report carefully, you'll see there were a mixture of forces. It wasn't about ethnic violence. It was actually about seeking to take power, and the presidency of the SPLM. So I think that there needs to be very careful thought about this. It was a very good question you asked. My observation has been that in the way that the international institutions have dealt with the government of South Sudan, there has been an agenda created by the narrative that is based upon a false fact and a false belief of theirs. I point out that the Secretary General's, the head of UNMISS at the time, said she wasn't convinced by what your president said. Well, you know, that's not the right test, actually, when she's been giving information. She's not in a court of law and having to be convinced. She's told by the president, this has happened this way. This is an attempted coup. That is why our troops are trying to take control. That is why we have a conflict. I mean, when those events happened, those planning it must have been foreseeable to them that there would be conflict, people would be killed, and that given the very fragile relationships within your society, that it could explode into something more. You bear responsibility for that. As a government, you're told to get it under control and that peace must be restored. But actually, you're in the middle of a fight against a party that wants to take control. That's the context. So this needs to be very, very carefully considered, as I said, and why I call for pressing of the reset button.
Yes, Mabdur Cirillo.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mabdur Cirillo. I work with Al Arabiya and Al Hadath. My first question, so according to your report, did you find any coup idea that was happened during the first event, 15 December 2013? This is my first question. My second question is the victims. Some of them were killed, others are suffering now. The criminals, the accusers are free, and some of them are in the part of this government. So you as expert, how are you going to advise the government to deal with this report? My third question to Mr. Atem. So why now this report? Thank you.
Okay. First of all, Mabdur Cirillo, if we have actually listened carefully, you realize the first questions was sufficiently answered, because it is alluding to how, okay, whether there was an attempted coup. Within the intercept, Stephen has explicitly stated that given the evidence he has looked at, there was an attempted coup in both 2013 and 2016. I don't think there is any answer that is going to be better than that. Concerning as to the questions you asked as to why now, this is the best timing for making people of South Sudan to understand what happened in 2013 and 2016, because it's looking like there would be a recurrence of the same situation as those who were actually perpetrating the attempted coup in 2013 and 2016 are actively working to undermine the implementation of the peace agreement that we are all here now to implement. So people of South Sudan need to be informed, so that when a repeat of 2013 and 2016 happen, God forbid, then South Sudanese will be able to understand who is actually perpetrating it. I think that is why the report has been timed to happen now, not tomorrow.
Yes, well, you can see in the report the political build-up to the attempted coup, and then on the 14th of December, you see the plan come into operation, and then between 8:30 and 9:30 in the evening on the 15th of December, you see the orders that were given. And let's be frank about this. You issue a spark and you light a fire. And the conflict that then went on over a number of days became a serious battle. What about the participants you've asked? As an outsider, what I have observed, if this is of use to you, is that you have great pressure from the international community, and I've cited these in the reports, to reconcile, to make peace, to stop this. And you've got to somehow find the means and ways as a leader, as a politician, to try and stop the other side from fighting. So the issuing of pardons to the people that were named by the South Sudanese police when they investigated the matter was probably a necessary political decision by the president at the time. From my position, I've been able to see all the international pressures around and what statements were being made and how it was being viewed. So these are very difficult decisions, but what they do impress upon me, I suppose, is that a Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission, whereby these facts and details become examined and looked at, and the truth archived, are very important for a society that has had conflicts. And in a way, I suppose this kind of evidence is the sort of evidence that a Truth, Justice and Reconciliation and Healing Commission would be interested to receive and consider carefully.
This is that take, Stephen? Yeah. The South Sudan Broadcasting Corporation.
Thank you.
Question number one is about the report itself. There are voices that say that the report is one-sided. Could there have been part of the report that have been omitted? That's one. And two, to pick up on the question that you asked, there's a part of it which is not clearly answered, maybe also attention, is about the victims. 2-3 days ago, the same podium, the president pardoned those whose name right now appeared in the report of any allegation that might have been risen. So what do you think would be the right of the victims if those whose name appeared in the report have already been pardoned?
The report's not one-sided. The report just produces facts. And this report was not edited or sent to South Sudan or viewed by anyone who was from South Sudan before I put it into a PDF and finalized it. It simply wasn't read, vetted, input made by anyone from South Sudan. It is the work of my team and myself from the materials that we were given access to and were able to consider. So it's not one-sided. It's actually telling about, at the start, political conflict between two leaders, but then it goes into the significance of the violence. And I'm afraid by saying, oh, it's one-sided, you're actually in denial about what happened. You're actually putting yourself into a state of denial. You're ignoring what happened, wanting to hear another story that you can follow. The facts are the facts. And that's what has been set out. And you must remember that. In relation to the victims, my job isn't to do any more on this report. I have just produced it, analysed the evidence, and circulated it as it corrected what was not true. And that was the purpose of the report.
Again, what actually happened in 2013 and 2016, apart from the legal aspect of it, it was a political crisis that requires political settlement through the signing of the revitalized agreement or resolution of conflict in the country, which we are now implementing. So that document has provided ABCD on how to deal with making the country to be peaceful and making the country to account to those crimes that were committed during the 2013 and 2016. Truth, Healing, Reconciliation Commission, which is about to be established, because like other countries that had a similar situation before, is the one that will examine those evidence and provide the way how the victim could be actually reparated, compensated, and that will be the work of the people of South Sudan, because the truth, healing, and reconciliation is a bottom-up approach, which will require all the South Sudanese to be able to take part in that process. But meanwhile, we are actually implementing the peace agreement or resolution of conflict in the country. That is Waki Simon.
Yes.
For the Bloomsburg or for VOA.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Attorney and Mr. Stephen for speaking on the report. I have one or two questions for Stephen and the other one is for Attorney. Mr. Stephen, would you mind telling us how much your company was paid to work on this report? That's the first question. The second one is, the conflict involved parties. Now, one party commissioned your company to work on this report. What do you comment on observers who say your report is not fair because you were commissioned by one party only to a conflict? My question to Honorable Attorney, why has the report been declassified? And lastly, it is not on this, but on the peace agreement, is that there is this stalemate in recent days between the SPLMIO and the SPLMIG. The SPLMIO pulled out from the security mechanisms, and recently, I think when we spoke to them, they are not yet back. I would like to understand if at all any initiative or attempt has started to mitigate this, like saying the president and the first vice president, their efforts for them, to come together, talk, and fix this issue. Thank you.
First of all, why the materials in this report were actually declassified is to allow the investigation that has taken place, and particularly the report in questions, to be released and be now made public, so that whoever that was denying there was an attempted coup in 2013 and in 2016 can easily view those facts. And I think the report was about fact. As in regards to the almost political stalemate that occurred in the last few days, I cannot call them political stalemate, because President Salva Kiir issued a decree trying to officiate the security chapter within the security protocol within the agreement by appointing the high-ranking officials into the army from the opposition forces. Dr. Riak, responding to the presidential decree, he never waited to have an audience with the president. He issued statements calling the presidential order a violation of the agreement. So the chaos that happened, not the chaos, the panicking that happened simply because the leader of the IO rejected, who is the first vice president, rejected the order of the president. And reading from the line, between the line, people of South Sudan, can vividly recall when the leader of SPLM-IO reject a document that he was better placed to discuss with the president without people knowing what are the repercussions of that rejection. Owing to this, the president, because there are peace spoilers in the country, the forces that were on the street, they were not there to intimidate anyone. The forces were placed on the street in order to prevent who would be peace spoiler that can get in between the partners and start a war again. But in the few days to come, the presidency will be convened, in which Dr. Riek Machar and the other peace partners will converge on to the office of the president to address issues, and you will be informed accordingly. Thank you.
The question about one party to the conflict commissioned the report, why didn't I speak to the other party? That wasn't the issue. The issue was whether there was evidence of an attempted coup on the 15th of December 2013 and the 8th of July 2016. If there had not been evidence of an attempted coup, I would have said so. So it's not a question of me providing a report to suit one party. I'm afraid you're looking at it through one lens yourself. I was actually looking at it on the basis of whether there was evidence or not. And for that reason, looking at the investigation commission records of interviews of various people involved during the events, as I said, mutually corroborated each separate source of evidence. So it is corroborated evidence. And that's the point I make. If there had been evidence taken by that commission that contradicted the intercepts, I would have looked further and further. But actually, it corroborates. Whoever wants to respond to the report is free to do so. I don't know whether the tapes will be made available on put out. I don't want to inflame things any further, but people perhaps should consider their responses. And I'm not going to answer the question over money. I've already dealt with that, and it's not the issue. I'm here to talk about the report.
I think that should be the last questions.
I'm under time pressure.
Yeah, that's the last questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel Akili from Ireland.
Emmanuel Akili.
Yes. As a nationalist, I want to appreciate you for taking the time, first of all, to try to help reveal the truth about the event 2013 and 2016. Thank you for that. However, you talked about evidence. That was your point. And what you wrote is a transcript of an audio. So I'm wondering, do you still have the recordings? We're journalists. Do you still have the recordings? And is it possible you can share the recordings with us? Secondly, how long did it take actually for you to complete this report, the time duration? And the other question goes to probably Attain
and I will connect it with you, Stephen, because you earlier talked about the AU did not really take enough time to analyze this report. So I'm really wondering from the government side, did you give the same recordings to the AU Commission of Inquiry, or did they ask you for the same recordings, or you get different recordings to Stephen?
I think that question he has already answered.
I can answer that for you because it's actually in the report. It's the same recordings. It's a very good question because I was concerned about it as to whether the AU had seen that. And I particularly located the audio that they were supplied with. And I think can't remember the number now off the top of my head, but it was imprinted on my brain a month ago. So I particularly, in the AU Commission report, they refer, I think it's about paragraph 134, to an audio that they received. And I located that audio and listened to it. And it to me was quite clear what it had said, so I was baffled by their reaction. The audio came along with a CD-ROM of the same audios I'd been told as the ones I had, but the one that they cite in the report, they said they only looked at one, couldn't understand it. We cite that in the report itself. Yes, the audios are there that are downloads are in existence still. And I've just put what I've reviewed, which is if it's a transcript, it's a transcript. If it's an audio, those are identified as audios in the report. As far as the others are concerned, there may still be audios of those. This report took about 3 or 4 months. It wasn't a great deal of time. And for reasons of economy of resource, I did not want to spend too long on everything. Once I had the picture and sufficient evidence, the report was produced, as well as the context of what was happening at the time. So there's the answers to those questions.
Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen of the press, honorable ministers, the press conference this afternoon has come to an end with this remark. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Then you have it. That is the full video for the press conference. For those of you who are in Facebook, so I pinned down the link. If you want to join us in the studio, press the link and you can come in. And for those of you in Clubhouse, thank you for listening in. The floor now is ready. Now, the next one we are doing, we will be reading chapter 2, because we did a few days ago. We read chapter 1 is finished, so we are going to chapter 2. So I will give my co-host Majok Marco to read chapter 2, where we left off. Further.
Yeah, thank you so much, Abraham Adit, and to all our viewers on Facebook and on Clubhouse. Thank you so much for being there. The reason why we are doing this, it's not because we are just doing for fun or maybe to pass time. We are doing this to educate ourselves, and to those who have no access to such documents should also get to have it. Because the more we have these documents at our disposals, at our possessions actually, That is where we can be in a position to draw a line between the truth and the lie. If you compare the two reports, the pushing the reset button for South Sudan and the African Union's commissions of inquiry for South Sudan. We will need to compare this so that we can have a basis of our judgment and see who are the perpetrators of this conflict in 2013 and in 2016, respectively. Now let me take you through chapter 2, because last week we actually narrated chapter 1. We discussed it, and we have seen especially the conversation between the actually perpetrators in 2013 and also in 2016. Yeah, now we are going to chapter 2, and chapter 2 is a narrative from the international community. Also on this note, you need to pay attention, and I need to let you know that I will not take you through it all, but I will be summarizing it and picking at the point of interest, especially the conversations like phone intercepts. And we will be looking at the response of international communities, organizations, especially AU, United Nations, and EU, respectively. Narrative from international community. The United States, African Union, USA, and EU did not describe the event of 15 December 2013 as an attempted coup. The preferred international response referred to a political crisis that escalated to violence carried out by the military and various armed groups. Ethnicity and political functionalism were named as the overriding causes. This narrative enables prescribed response to fit a humanitarian agent. On 20th December 2013, the United Nations Security Council expressed grief, alarm, and concern regarding the rapidly deteriorating security and humanitarian crisis in South Sudan, resulting from political disputes among the country's political leaders, and concluded that they would take additional steps as necessary. On 24th December 2013, the United Nations Security Council issued resolutions 2132 determining that the situation in South Sudan continues to constitute a threat to international peace and security in the region. Exercising its Chapter 7 powers, tensions exceeded between the government of South Sudan and UNIMIS due to allegation that the latter had aided the rebels. Hilda Johnson, the former special representative of the United Nations Security Secretary General, and the head of UNIMIS, acknowledged our contact with Dr. Yak Machar on 15 to 16 December 2013. In her mimicked but denied the UN aided him, this issue of United Nations neutrality and its agenda in South Sudan was raised. A press statement by President Kiir in January 2014 questions the role of the United Nations at this time. I think the United Nations want to be the government in South Sudan, and the failed short of naming the chief of the UNIMIS as the co-presidents of the Republic of South Sudan. The Americans intervened to insist on a renewal of relationship between South Sudan and the United Nations. And on 24th January 2014, President Kiir issued a press statement ensuring that all foreign nationals and UN staff were protected. European Union did not issue any immediate response to the events of 15-16 December 2013. They sent the regional delegations on 26 December and subsequently coordinated effort through IGAD and the AU. The Americans, who were heavily invested in South Sudan, did not refer to the attempted coup. An indirect reference was made by former President Obama on 21st December 2013. An effort to seize power through the use of military force will result in the end of long-standing support from the United States and the international community. However, both UNMISS through Hillary Johnson and African Union commissions for inquiry on South Sudan were provided with the summaries and audio materials of telephones intercepts between Taban Dengai, military commanders, Riek Machar, and other political leaders planning and executing the attempted coup of 15 December 2013, but chose not to conclude that an attempted coup had taken place. This was despite the government of South Sudan aiding international partners in their response efforts and consistently promoting a message of peace and accountability for criminals elements who had caused the violence. The government found its descriptions of events overridden by external powers who chose to pursue an ethnical-driven narrative that has informed responses to South Sudan thereafter. Part A, the international response, Roman 1, United Nations. On 16 December 2013, United Nations made two public statements regarding events in South Sudan, on appealing for calm, and the other reference referring to the humanitarian situation. No mentions of the attempted coup was made. Hilda Johnson had spoken with the senior ministers in the early hours of 16 December, who informed her that President Kiir was managing a crisis. And she spoke with him at 05:00 minutes. Significantly, the word used to describe President Kiir's activities speak to a situation that was not of his making. Also, a significance to the events that took place is the difference between actual events, evidence of Riek Machar, knowledge of events as revealed in the telephone intercepts, and what he stated at the time. On 17 December 2013, the United Nations issued highlights from a phone conversations between United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and President Salva Kiir, asked whether a coup had been attempted in South Sudan. The spokesperson said that the mission was monitoring events, when undertaking its primary task of trying to ensure the safety of civilians affected by the armed violence. The UN was avoiding giving weight to the attempted coup, although the interest in whether that was the cause for the conflict is of importance. For the true understanding of events and appropriate action to take thereafter, 17 December 2013, Hilda Johnson admitted in her mimics published after the events that what we knew was anecdotal at best. However, Johnson particularly referred targeted ethnic killing. She stated, what clearly had been at first a fight between forces of Presidential Guard loyal to President and those siding with Riek Machar had degenerated into a deliberate massacre of Nuer, and particularly Nuer males. Although references to the coup are made, Johnson focused on politics and ethnicity as a root cause and consequences of the violence. In doing so, Johnson avoided the significance of the causes of the conflict or the fighting. If the events of 15 December 2013 were indeed triggered by the coup, there is no supportive evidence that the conflict that took place was ethnically motivated, whereas the political alignment that were the cause for the conflict are clear. Johnson criticized President Kiir for his press briefing of 16 December, claiming he did not explicitly order his forces to protect civilians or express regret for those killed, and that after this we could expect no call for retreat from Riek. These situations bear close considerations as it is language aimed at tarnishing President Kiir's conduct and by inference suggests he was responsible for attack upon civilians and the targeting of Nuer males. The evidence in these reports established Machar had caused the conflict in the first place. In fact, President Kiir press statements of the morning of 16 December 2013 only tried to reassure citizens that the government was in control of the security situation and condemn the criminals' action. Of forces loyal to Riek Machar, a curfew was ordered, and he reiterated the SPLM commitment to the peaceful transfer of power and the priority of the security and safety of civilians or citizens. President Kiir also stated he would not allow the incidents of 1991 to repeat themselves again and condemn criminals' actions. The reference in the statements to 1991 were subsequently taken as provocative rather than anger at events that should not have been repeated. Johnson seemed to fail to appreciate the significance to those who involved in the government of the implications of military coup taking place at the time. In press conference on 18 December 2013, the United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon referred only to the political crisis, requiring political dialogue. UNMISS issued a press statement on 18 December 2013, calling on the government of South Sudan to do its utmost to end any continuing violence. UNMISS calls on all parties to the violence to exercise restraints, and seek a peaceful way out of the current situation or current crisis. Those extortions need to be considered in context where there is a conflict as a result of an attempted coup. All the government can do is to challenge the forces seeking to usurp it from power by armed force and engage with the legal processes once it has control of the situation, if that is the outcome. Johnson met with the president here on 18th December, where she calls on him to order the heels of all ethnicical motivated violence. The president reassured Johnson in respect of her concerns and stated that he was committed to redoubling his efforts and holding those accountable for their criminal actions. He informed her that he had met with the Nuer leaders the previous day to clarify misleading information that the Nuer were being targeted as community. Throughout, President Kiir declared that the crisis was executed by the criminal actions of a few and stated he was committed to restoring peace. He did not refer to ethnicity and spoke of the citizens of South Sudan. The narrative from Johnson and the AU was at odds with the knowledge and information of the government. Parallels were drawn at the time with Rwanda from international staff. And Johnson also admitted to the influence of Majang Agot, warning to her this could become another Rwanda. The impact of these resulting biases was apparent. Johnson's expectation that President Kiir should order forces to heal ethnicity motivated violence as a result of her own contextualizations of the event. When he was dealing with the attempted coup, led to the promotions internationally of the ethnic conflict narrative rather than its political source. On 19th December, President Kiir gave a press conference calling for calm, confronting tribalism, and the arrest and trial of anyone found attempting abuse, looting, or killing. However, basing their conclusions on UNMISS reporting on 19 December 2013, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Navi Pillay, issued a statement which focused on extrajudicial killing and targeting ethnic killing. Johnson used this reference to describe the events of December 2013 in her 2016 memo. She also stated at this time, quote, "In the missions, we remain unconvinced that an attempted coup had taken place," end the quote. This conclusion, of course, was made without access to the fact at the time, and it set in train as UNMISS-led narrative of the ethnistical targeting attack and rejections of coup attempt. As each international institution took up the case. 15 December 2013, in this turn, calls into questions the legitimacy of the actions of the government in the context of the conflict. Johnson and the UN need to be convinced that an attempted coup had taken place in order to accept a statement made on behalf of the government and the president is plainly wrong. On 20th December 2013, the United Nations Security Council condemned the targeted violence against civilians and specific ethnic communities. And on 24th December 2013, the Security Council further condemned what it described as ethnic violence perpetuated by both armed groups and national security forces. UN Security Council Resolutions 2132 on 24th December 2013 called on President Kiir for an immediate end to the violence and urged Riek Machar and his forces to rise to the challenge of the nation building. UNMISS interim reports from 21st February 2014 included reference to President Kiir claims of a coup attempt, but did not pursue matters further with the government of South Sudan to establish the basis as to why it's claimed it was the cause for the events that took place on 15 December 2013. The final reports are from 8 May 2014, reference President Kiir press conference of 16 December 2013, and allegations of an attempted coup, as well as the status of the political detainees for the purported coup attempt, but did not include in its findings the causes of the violence. Hilda Johnson states she saw summary of the audio of Taban Dengai organizing troops and weapons supplies prior to the coup, but questions their authenticity. She remained unconvinced of a coup, and based on her memo reference, she did not pursue analysis or review of the material further to understand them. The narrative that was preferred by her for the event that took place could be said to have had great influence upon the policies pursued by the UN and other international institutions in their dealing with and treatments of South Sudan at the time and thereafter. Roman 2, we moved to AU, Africa Union. On 30th December 2013, at its 411th meeting, the Peace and Security Councils of the Africa Union mandated the establishment of the AU Commissions of Inquiry on South Sudan. Its mandate was to investigate human rights violations and other abuses committed during the armed conflict, investigate the underlying violations and make recommendations to ensure accountability, reconciliations, and healing, and in moving the country forward in the unity. Cooperation and sustainable developments, a report was to be submitted within 3 months. The Commission's 4 focal areas were healing, reconciliations, accountability, and institutional reforms. The Commission was formally created on 7th March 2014. The temporal jurisdictions of the Commission began from 15 December 2013, and the day the hostilities broke out. The day hostilities broke out. However, the reconciliations, healing, and institutional reforms aspect of the mandates were not time-bound. The commissions issued by the AU mandating the African Union's commissions of inquiry on South Sudan did not refer to a coup, but paragraph 5, which reiterated the AU relevance instruments on the rejections of unconstitutional changes of government and the use of force to further political claims, did draw up upon President Kiir press statements of 16 December 2013 for its message regarding the peaceful transitions of power. On 30th December, the commissions outlines the willingness of President Kiir to engage in peace talk and the absence of Riek Machar at the table, stating that, quote, the council endorses the IGAD summit decisions that face-to-face talks should commence from 31st December 2013. In regard, council welcome the express commitments of President Salva Kiir to engage in talk unconditionally and look forward to Dr. Riek and other stakeholders concerned to do the same. Yeah, I can see we have guests in our house. Let me move to the conversation.
Yeah, I think we stop from there and then we start discussing. Yeah. So we can open the floor.
I guess I have to give out the conversation between
yes,
Ezekiel Lulgatkwot
and
the first U.S. ambassador to South Sudan, Susan Page.
Yeah, that's important. Yes, we need. Yeah.
Then we will end from there.
Okay, sound good.
Yeah, we are moving to the conversations of the two to see how this conversation contribute to the narrative of the international community.
Yeah, move ahead with that conversation. Then we'll start discussing.
Ezekiel Lulgatkwot played a key role in communicating disinformation to the U.S., to whom he was connected as a former ambassador of South Sudan. Gatkwot was an insider on the coup attempt and what he said in a phone call to U.S. Ambassador Susan Page. On 16 December 2013, at 1:09 minutes, 42 seconds, reinforces the coup attempt. Below is their conversation. Ezekiel Lul, you know the people who were fighting. Ezekiel asked Susan Page. One group took the presidential guard headquarters. Susan Page responded, "What do you mean? They took the presidential guard headquarters?" Ezekiel Lul said, "That is what I meant. The national security headquarters." And Susan Page replied, "Sorry, what do you mean by that? Who took what? Headquarters?" Ezekiel Lul, "I think those who were fighting among themselves, one party chased others." Susan Page said, "I'm sorry, I did not know why the connection is not very clear." To our guests, you need to note this point down. Why Susan Page is always asking Ezekiel Lul to repeat his statement. Susan Page said, "I'm sorry, I don't know why the connection is not very good. Say that again." Ezekiel Lul said, "I want to be back like that. I don't know." And then Ezekiel laughing because they are just giving me information, calling. Susan Page said, okay. Ezekiel said, yeah. So Susan said, yes, fighting is ongoing, though. Ezekiel said, it's actually stopped. I think because some people are saying we cannot clearly see you. We cannot clearly identify you. So let us wait until it is a bit clearer. Susan said, okay. Ezekiel proceeded and said, you will not be able to control it. It is difficult. I think they have killed 6 of Salva people. Susan said they killed 6 of Salva people. Yeah, I think they just ran away. Susan said, oh. Ezekiel said, yeah. So it is very strange and very strange. Susan said, I'm told that there may be something happening, like within the next hour. Ezekiel said, I am sure, yeah, I am sure. Then Susan said, I mean, to do what, though, actually? What would be they? For what purpose, exactly? Ezekiel said, oh, maybe he's trying to reinforce. Then Susan said, but I mean, those forces are assaulting those whose. And Ezekiel said, of course, the majority are React. I don't know, I do not want to call them Reacts, but it is those who are unhappy with what he said yesterday. Susan said, okay, so you think the majority of the forces are Reacts? Ezekiel said, no Reacts, the people who are not happy. I don't want to. Then Susan said, right. Ezekiel said, yes. Susan said, well, I mean, okay, so they are not happy, but that doesn't mean, yeah, okay. Then Ezekiel said, yes, yeah, those who are not happy with the speak yesterday. But Susan said, but you stayed all day yesterday and didn't feel like you could get any clarity on what was going on or what. Then Ezekiel said, no. Yesterday, people were just burning. Remember, I was telling you that I was really worried because you can see the feeling everywhere. People just so angry. And when people, asked the president, he was supposed to calm the situation, but strictly the right tone, Then Susan was like, yeah. Ezekiel was like, yeah, but when you rub salt into the wound, people are just angry everywhere. Just angry. People are just angry. I am really worried, like I was telling you. I don't know why you want to rule a country and you just want to just create confusing and fighting and provocative. And now how this is going to handle it. Susan, do you think there could be some sort of major assaults? And if so, on who? On whom? Ezekiel, I don't think so. Then Susan was like, you don't think so? Ezekiel said, they might try it because everyone is running now. And Susan was like, everyone running? Ezekiel was like, they took all the ammunitions and they are armed. Susan was like, oh. Did they manage to actually get into the ammunition depot? Ezekiel was like, oh yes, that one was the first. Susan was like, that was the first, and who did that? I mean, was it people loyal to Riak? Or Ezekiel was like, they just call among themselves. It started as arguments and just went out of control. That's what I was told. Susan was like, okay. Well, be prepared to receive some calls from Washington. I think everybody really concerned. Obviously, we are all concerned. The last thing we want is I told you the other day, what Ambassador both was saying, I mean, please don't burn down this house that you have created and built and fought for so long. Then Ezekiel was like, oh, but speaking Ambassador, the man seemed to be, I think he does not care. He doesn't care anymore. I don't know what is happening to him. Honestly, I don't know. Then Susan Page was like, okay, all right. Ezekiel was like, okay, Susan Page, well, thank you very much. And like I said, please don't hesitate to get in touch if you need anything. Then Ezekiel was like, okay, no problem. Susan Page was like, okay, thanks so much. Good night. This was the last conversations between the two. And this is what the report said. This conversation changed the entire narrative and the perceptions of United States against the conflict for the nation. Thank you so much, Abraham. And our guest, I can give you back the mic.
Now we open the floor. That's the Abilcon. Welcome. We will. What do you think about this report? The reading conversation between Ambassador Ezekiel and Ambassador of the United States. What do you think about that? Because it seemed like they are, like, according to Ezekiel, he tried to give a wrong information to Susanna Page, and he tried to say that this is not like the React forces, but it is some kind of group of people who are so angry at the president and they want to do something. So go ahead.
Good afternoon, Brother Madid, and my brother here. I can't see his name, but I just want also to greet your viewers, those who are watching, and those who are listening there in Clubhouse. I believe there is also people listening. I have read, actually, I read this communication, and even read the communication between Susan Rice and the ambassador. I mean, Ezekiel Lul. I also read. I went through it. I think what I can say about this report, pushing the reset button, actually it gave a clear picture into those who have been talking that there was a coup in South Sudan. This is audio that were intercepted. They were analyzed. They were interpreted. Even the communication between Taban and the most of the officer that was communicating with them. I have read all these as well. What I can say about what Ezekiel Lola said in the communication with the Susan Rice, I think Ezekiel was talking, knowing that the attempted coup will not be success. And that's why he doesn't want to be clearly out to the people of South, to Ambassador, that there are people behind the coup attempt that has actually taken place. And knowing that it was communicating vaguely, not to admit that these people are being commanded by Dr. Machar himself and those of Taban Dengai, based on the communication, if those audios are there, as Stephen said, it gives a confidence and also the information to the world, those who have been doubting President Kiir himself and the people of South Sudan, that there was an organized coup coup attempt that actually failed. And this, President Kiir now seemed to be relieved by what he has been saying all along, because he knew the information that was given to him. He knew the intelligence first-hand information that was given to him. And then they understand that you cannot just come and lie to the world that there was a coup when the fact the coup was there. But the executive should have come out clearly and said that yes, these people are led by Dr. Machar himself, because they people that of Riek is admitted that people of Riek have killed people of Salva Kiir, which is mean there's two sides that are fighting, and those who are fighting, some are being led by Machar himself, directive by Machar that the fighting should take place, and this is what they should be doing. There's no lie about the intercepted communication, because the voice and the audio are there, and there should be no doubt that there was no coup now that the report is out. What I can say about this, it was not clear. It was trying to say that who are unhappy. People cannot be unhappy without who's leading them. Now it's clear that there's someone that leading them, even though people were not unhappy. Who are they? Who are those people? Of course, they are the SPLM leaders that were relieved from the position by President Kiir. They were SPLM leaders that went and organized the press conference on December 6th. They were SPLM leaders that were not longer find themselves unemployed, and they are founders, and most of them are liberators of the movement. That they see President Kiir as someone that want to throw them under the bus after they get independent, and this is the cause of the issue. This is the root cause of the problem that we have been saying. Yes, if you are South Sudanese, that if you've been following the political dynamic in South Sudan prior before 2013, 2012, 2011, leading the relief of Dr. Machar and most of the cabinet, there was a talk about the fight. Who's going to fight who? Of course, it was known that there are people that are going to be fighting, and now I don't have doubt that this audio was not authentic. Of course, they're authentic, and that's given the credibility and the experience of Stephen K. himself. 40 years experience, lawyers. He worked not only in the case of South Sudan, but in other cases, as he said. And I think that the international community will have a look about what President Kiir has been doing. The man need to be, given credit of standing firm and saying that this is what he believes. But my question, how can the military intelligence go knowing the communication that was been taking place and goes and say that there was no coup attempt? If you are directing people, if you are commanding people to take power, whom are they fighting for to give the power to who? Of course, Taban Dengai was not happy because he was relieved from his governorship. It was first a loyal, person with Kiir, but when Kiir relieved him, it was become a bitter enemy, and therefore he was not happy. And he said through communication, even those of communication, that there's no proper trained soldiers. We can capture this Juba within 24 hours. These are communication leading to to you to be suspected that you are actually involving in all this mess that take country to war.
Okay, thank you, Abelkon. Let me yell back microphone back to the clubhouse. Denkamis, this chat is for you guys now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then let me borrow it from you because I'm still in a little while, if you don't mind. Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Timothy, you are mute, and the people in clubhouse are mute. We cannot hear them.
Oh, can you guys hear?
Yes, yes, now we can hear.
Everybody that he had mentioned in the report are. And so that alone tell me that he's telling them, look, if you are the man, bring it on. If you think I accuse you falsely, here I am. Let's go to the bottom of it. And if he returns back to England and those of Taban Dengai and everyone that he mentioned in the report made no move, that alone tell us that indeed what he said in the report is true. Otherwise, if somebody accused me of staging a coup while he was in England and he comes to the city where I live, I'm going to go up to him and tell him, look, man, when did I do that? But if I get accused of staging a coup and I just look the other way and play like nothing happened, then of course I'm guilty as accused. So his presence in Juba, in my opinion, gives those he mentioned in the report a chance to meet him or to even come to the table at least and say, hey, look, you mentioned my name here and you said I said this and this. When did I do that? But if he's going to be in Juba and goes back to England and none of them did that, well, then that tells us that he's telling the truth. And from what we know anyway, he told what we know. What we know
Is that good? Is that good, Abiel?
over and over again. But we
Yes, that's good.
Okay, because my phone is running out of battery, so I share on the
now
screen.
today's presentation is about the international community narrative. You know, I look at the reading and the way Hilda Johnson behaved, and then I question myself: was that lady just behaving like that? Did her behaviors just came from nowhere? Well, when you go on to page 30, for those of you who are following up the reading, page 30, on December 16, it says that the signal unit of internal security intercepted conversation between Denga Lor requesting Majang God to convince Hilda Johnson to take South Sudan to a similar level as Democratic Republic of Central Africa or Democratic Republic of Central Africa. In other words, Comrade Denga Lor and Comrade Majang God wanted to convince Hilda Johnson, who led the UN, to kind of take more authority in our country in the same way UN did in Central African Republic. Hear that carefully. Son of the land, son of the soil, a people we trusted to lead us, were encouraging the one the UN, the UN lady, Hilda, that she should be convinced to accept, to take the authority of our country in the same way they did it in Central African Republic. Now, go to page 42. You go to page 42. In page 42, it talks about the Susan page, the communication between what's his name, Lol Garkot, the ambassador. You know, actually, the conversation between Lowell, Ezekiel Lowell, and Susan Page gives big credit to this report here. Remember, you can say that maybe those of the abandoned guy may not speak up because they are in South Sudan, they are afraid. What about Susan Page? Is she a South Sudanese? No. She's an American. And she was a former ambassador of the United States to South Sudan. And she's here in America. If she finds herself accused or being quoted in this report, and she did not know anything about the conversation between her and Lul Ezekiel, she can launch a lawsuit against the Stephen K. Law firm in England. She's free. At least her being quoted in this report, it gives more weight to this report, that this report here is being very, very truthful. because she's not under pressure of anything. She's American. She was an ambassador, and I'm sure she can afford a lawyer. And if she's accused of having had a communication with Ezekiel, she can open lawsuit against the law firm in England. But if she's still silent, and we will wait to see what her reaction will be, then that also tell us indeed she did communicate it with the Lul. I agree with brother Kona Biel in his contribution uh, that Ezekiel was not aware whether the coup was going to go through. No, Ezekiel was aware. He knew that the coup was going to go through, but he actually spoke with the Susan Page in a bogus way like that, not to give her an alarm, because Ezekiel lived in America here, and he know that Americans don't hide secrets. If he spoke in details that indeed Riek Machar was staging coup, he knew that Susan Page one day was going to read the book or write the book, and she was going to put it in a book in that manner. That is why he was speaking. He spoke in that way, and actually he fooled Susan Page, and that is how the narrative of the coup was actually fed to the American people. I know from different sources that President Obama came to be very, very angry with the way he was fed with the false narrative about the crisis in South Sudan. Now, going back to page 30, the conversation, the communication between Commander Dengalor and Commander Majanga God, that was very bad, because the moment you, as leading leaders, you give UN some signs that you should take over our country, do you think the UN will even keep peace? Will the so-called peacekeepers, will they even keep peace? No, they will not. They will encourage violence and more violence, so that our country become fail and more fail, so that UN can have a reason to take over our country. I could not believe it, that sons of the soil would actually give UN a hint to take over our country, and expect our country, expect our people to be protected by the UN, because UN does not go into successful countries. UN and the UN peacekeeping forces always go to countries that are in trouble. Now, if you give UN a signal that you should take over our country, how will you think that the UN will not create more troubles? And that is exactly what Hilda Johnson did. She knew the coup was staged, but she looked the other way in order for us to be in more trouble, so that the UN can stay in our country a little longer. And that came from the people we trusted to lead us, and shame on them. And hopefully one day we're going to meet them, and they're going to have a lot to explain. When you go to page 44, okay, page 44, uh, the page 44 is a conversation between Taban Dengai and Ezekiel. Okay, when you see, when in that conversation there, you can see that the way Ezekiel spoke with Susan Page, he spoke like he knew nothing. But when you go onto that page in his communication with Taban, he was aware of what was going on. And what he knew based on this conversation is not what he told Susan Page. So that alone is an evidence that Ezekiel played Susan Page a fool. But Ezekiel was aware of what was going on, but he did not give her the details. And this makes Ezekiel one of the people suspect of actually giving wrong narrative to the American people. And he did it deliberately, because he was in communication with Taban Dengai here. So he knew about the unfolding incident. He had details of it. But that's not what he told Susan Page, according to the conversation that we heard being read out by brother Truly African. You know, now, now to the audience and to you panelists here, and those of you who are listening in from the Facebook All of this conversation here, by the way, were recorded, and these people were not communicating in English as it is written in the text. They spoke in Pognap. They were speaking in Nuer. I hope that one day the government will release the audio so that the Nuer people can hear what was done in their own language. And some of the non-Nuer who speak Nuer, you too will also hear this conversation here. I really hope that the president will put these audios out so that heaven and earth can hear the satanic plans against our country. These people destroyed our country. They distorted our future. They made us hate one another only for their own greed. And then at the end of the day, they pressure our government because the government just was being discredited by all the international community, and government had no choice but to make a deal with them. The government made a deal with them, give them a lot of money. Some of them led the petroleum ministry. They amassed a lot of money. They became rich, and our people died. African Union, the so-called Obasanjo, also let us down. And do you know why African Union was shying away from stating that what happened in our country was a coup? Because African Union does not endorse the coup. And so they have to stay away from stating that what happened was a coup. Because if they acknowledge it, that it was a coup, African Union was set to condemn the coup. And then in other hands too, if the UN acknowledge that what happened was a coup, UN peacekeeping forces will not be needed. But if you make it a tribal conflict, then the whole world will be like, oh. It's going to be like what happened in Rwanda. Let's send in the UN forces really quick. So this is why Hilda Johnson, with the incentive that she got from our two leaders, that's why she shy away and deny and say, I am not convinced that it was a coup. For those of you who know how the coups are staged, what is it there that need to be told to Ms. Johnson to be convinced that what happened on December 15, 2013 was a coup? What was it? The Bilipam military headquarters was attacked. The national security headquarters was attacked. The Kiada, all the military installations were attacked. And then she said it was a fighting between the presidential guard. Those of you who now know Juba, are presidential guard, are they in Kiada? Are they in Bilipam? They should be in J1 and around J1. If the fighting was happening in J1 and around J1, then you can say, yeah, it might be a conflict between the bodyguards. But this was happening in the military headquarters. And yet she said she was not convinced. She was convinced she knew the truth, but the truth would not make the UN have upper hand in our country, so she had to deny it. Mind you too, who fund that African Union inquiry of South Sudan? Who funded it? The same UN. The same UN is the one that funded the AUCISS. That's the one who gave them the money to go and conduct that inquiry. And now look at the bias here. Look at the bias. The AUCIS, that I there stands for inquiry, which means what? The African Union was supposed to go into our country and listen and say what happened. Then everybody that knew something would come to them and say, this is what happened and this is what happened. But look, what did the African Union do? They went in there and acted as judges. They only listened to the side of the Hilda Johnson, and when the government told them what they knew, they said, no, we are not convinced. They rejected it. So you can see here how our country was set up to fail. I really appreciate the argument of Stephen Kane when he said that the UN, the AU, all people of South Sudan, a big apology. It is so true. They owe us an apology because they knew the truth and they put the truth under the rock and let our country suffer and gave the rest of the world a wrong narrative. And actually the UN and the AU equalize our government with the criminals. People who should have been either fire squad or rot in jail, the UN equalized them. And then as a result, our government have to share power with them. and the criminal become even more richer and richer and richer, while our people die and die and die. AU and UN owe us a big apology. And I'm glad this report is out and it is going to be here. And we have heard the truth, we the people of South Sudan, and I will never be convinced otherwise. As much as I knew it in 2013, that is what is in this text. And more, I hope, will come out. And I really ask, and I hope that our government will release the audio so that the Toknath conversation between Taban Dengai, Lulgarkot, and the generals who were actually staging the war will be heard by all the South Sudanese people, particularly the Nuer community. Because I, as a Jing, for years and years, I had been accused of committing a genocide against my cousin Nuer people in Juba. But when the dust settled, we come to realize that there were criminals within the Nuer community who set the Nuer community up. And this cannot go uh, without justice being sought for this. The Nuer have to know the truth, and I'm glad the audios are there. From there, I will stop. Thank you so much, brother, for giving me your chance. I yield the mic back to you.
All right. Thank you, Juan Moranyar. Madid phone went off, and is those who are watching on Facebook, the only thing that they will not do, they will not have a question for us because we can't see them. We can't see the question, or somebody who want to add his comment onto our discussion here. What I'm going to do by now, there's three of us here on the stage, and if Madid or Truly Africa come back later on, they will wait in their thought about the read out document and the video itself. By now, it's going to be you, Juan, and Tony, and me on the stage here. Maybe Matoni will join us later. After our comment, I'm going to open the room for whoever want to come and contribute to add their opinions about the inquiries that were read out. First of all, thank you, those who are listening here. Thank you for your time being with us for this too long, and those who were watching there on Facebook. What I am going to say is not going to be much. I just like to shut it down so people can add their opinions. Here is what I can say. The recap from the conversation between Ezekiel Lun and Susanna Page, the ambassador the United States to Juba, South Sudan. Yes, there is a weird question should be there. Why was Susanna Pay in contact throughout the time with a former ambassador? It was not active ambassador anymore. When that event happened, we had our own ambassador in Washington D.C. and the guy was not actually in the government. He was not active servant of the government at that time. What made him to be more special to that he had been on communication throughout the night with Suzanne Pay. Susanna Pay. That's the one question right there. When it come back to the argument or what he said, it looked like Susanna Pay tried to put Ezekiel Lun. Gabriel, it seems like you have to you open two devices. Please upload
was going to happen.
the
Yes,
clubhouse.
the coup was going to be there, and how it happened without uh, being notified by those coup platters. The rise of
And for those
that
of you who are
she
watching
was
Clubhouse,
questioning
Facebook, if you have a question, you can write it down, or if you want to
for
come in, just click the
couple
link and you
minutes,
can able to come up.
try to find out that what she know, Riek Machar was going to commit coup against the government and side the power from the president. And then look, there is a looming uh, disconnection between them. The plan
The
that
plan that
came with those
came
of
with those.
Taban Dengai and Ezekiel Lul did not work out the way she was asking. She was in actually uh, questioning too much, and the guy tried to deny Riek Machar not part of the event that was taking place.
Gabriel, you seem like you have a
One
two
thing.
devices open.
Number two,
I don't.
he said
You
it
said it.
himself.
It's on your side,
Those
Madid.
Those people,
those
guys,
guys
those guys
from
from an
uh, an unknown person who is actually ordering them. What they did, they killed the 6 people from the president. I don't know what that means. Who are those who were killed? Those 6 people were killed from the president's side. That's one thing. You can weigh in your own idea what the guy was actually alluding to. The last one I can say, he mentioned himself, and this is part of the general, those generals who were actually worried them that those are young people, they are not well trained, and they will not stage coup properly as the way they are looking into. You can see the connection. Then Dr. Majaga God, we are Denga Jag, those who are were in communication, and Pagana Mom. The Ezekiel Lun himself said it that those guys, they are very young, and it looked like they were not uh, complete what is being said on that day to be done. That's one of the worries that and I know Ezekiel Lun was talking on the two communication that they will not make it. But Susanna paid phone shot on the communication. What could be the next move? She did not get that recaps from the guy called Ezekiel Lun. So back to African Union. That's another question. Why the African Union and the UN, they rush in to the report without conducting any investigation? Why the investigation had to be done in the middle of the war? What triggered them to come out with those documents at the moment the South Sudan was still in war? Sometimes you give people a chance. There's some country that their investigation are not done until today, and they've been those crimes or the events that took place have been there for quite too long, maybe 20, 15 years or 30 years, and their report are not released yet. So what makes these two giant institutions to rush in to the investigation where they fall short and release wrong information that is not complete? That's another question. What was in their mind? Were they try to cover up, or what was the problem? Another issue that I realized in that communication The statement of Denga Lord was dangerous. That's one of the dangerous statements. You already spelled it out. I don't want to repeat it one again. Another quote from the communication between Dr. Majanga God with Ezekiel Lun. Ezekiel Lun was talking to Majak to convene Ellen Johnson for her to cover up what is going on. And it seemed like some of those of Majak and some of the Jororans, they were questioning that some of their communication are not completed. It looked like they become part of the puzzle based on their political positions, but pushing for coup. It looked to me there was a second opinion from some of them, and that's why I did not see the response from Dr. Majaka God and what he did on that day. He did not respond back to Ezekiel Lun to tell him this is what I have told Alan Johnson about what we discussed here. So there's some of disconnection around there, and I believe they are not that much. Only the South Sudanese are very blind, especially those who are educated in the Western countries. I don't believe I myself. I don't believe my people that they can better our country. Then they are not working for the betterment of our country. All of them that are being here, working in the that graduated in the West, and they will go and look for a job in South Sudan. All of them, they are CIA. Then nobody will be trust. Okay, now we got to the point that that 15% of South Sudanese that are high educated level cannot bring a good change in the country. Then what can we do? What are we going to tell the other 85% that are not educated classes? What would be our message to them? So there is a problem. We have a lot of problems. All those who live in the Western countries, there's no hope anymore. There's no trust. We've seen what they are doing. They are they're being paid to just go to be undermine the stability of South Sudan. Their own goal is to bring down South Sudan to where the other big countries wanted to. But my last comment that I can say, it's good to know yourself. You cannot be a leader that pushed by the different nations that they can install you to the people that you don't have communication with them. So I see the South Sudan will be better later on for about those who are actually studying in Africa, those who experience the bad life that they are going through. They are the one that will make our country better. But outsiders, they become the enemies, including myself. Nobody will trust me, even though I said today or tomorrow that I'm supporting the government. There will be no trust based on the movement. And I'm surprised that the well-educated, the doctors, will come out and make a propaganda to be the agenda toward the government. I'm talking about the 17 millions. 17 million, where do they get that? And they cannot even shy away, or they cannot even try to be cautioned about the information. Where do they get those figures? Himself, Stephen said it. It was just a fake numbers. Obviously, we all live in the West. and we went to school here. There's nothing free in economic. There's nothing called pre-lunch in economic. If you go and study, that's what they said. There's nothing called a pre-lunch. So where do you expect South Sudan to hire somebody, and they are not going to pay that person? But by the way, there's no law firm that will disclose how much they were paid, and government cannot tell you how much they paid the independent law firm to produce those documents. Can we sometimes be ashamed of ourselves? When educated people will come out, try to justify the fake document, the fake numbers, that is true, and they have actually come across them. Some of them, they are lawyers, and that's how they acquire their document. That's how they're going to work. Always your client document is seen. You cannot unseen it outside to the other to the family members or somebody. At least that person is uh, put his signature that the document will be released to such a person. But there's no way you can let out your client information. So please, let's try to be mindful of what we are taking, where we are taking our country to. So I want to stop from there, and Tori, you can pick it up, waiting your thought, and I'm going. Madita, it look like you're back. So that's how I look into it. So we are out of mind. We don't know what we are looking for. Everybody try to show off their position that they are against the government and they will be known. That's not how you support the nation. You support the nation, not only individual. Tony, I have to stop from there. I don't want to prolong it and make people bored. Go ahead, open your mic.
Well, Comrade Deng, I think you said it enough. And I think Comrade Wal also spoke well. So at this point, I don't have any comments to add because you guys have stated all. Nevertheless, I'm going to give it back to Comrade Madid so he can move on, and then we can allow everyone to participate in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Let me yell back.
They okay? Okay.
Gabriel, can you hear me?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Okay, you want? Okay. Madidi. Where is Peter? Peter K.
Peter,
So, what happened? Is it my turn or you want me to?
Yeah, it's your turn.
Yeah, first, thank you for seeing our face again in about 5 to 6 years. It's been a while. Here is Professor Dalerjin and Brother Abil and the many. All of us, we are just common people who are concerned about our nations. And to begin with, Finally, Stephen K has involved to our tribal politics. Incited the violence in the time that we want the peace to be implemented. We don't worry about what happened in 2013. What is now for us to implement the peace so we can reconcile ourselves by ourselves. Forget about the report and all these things, because these things already happened. The report was disputed by the national intelligence in Juba that there were no coup to begin with. There were no coup and there will be no coup, you know. And the African unions also concluded that there was no coup. Look, there was no coup at all. And here we are bringing somebody, a defense lawyer, which means the government itself is fear of something we don't know. But at the meantime, our focus as South Sudanese should be, can the government implement the RCS? Because within the RCS, there is a transitional justice that we South Sudanese can do to ourselves. Forget about the foreigners, okay? If we're talking about blaming them, it's not gonna help our case. It is you and me who can say, enough, let's move on. It is us who can say, you know what, we have wronged ourselves in the past, and it is the time now for us to move on, address our problem, and let's build ourselves. Should it not be the question in Juba? Instead of government spending $17 million for this Stephen K. By the way, Stephen K, he has to know that there are blood of innocent people died in 2013. For him just to pick on these people, I think UK is involved in the RCS. They are the trackers. Tracker is UK is involved. And come on, there are right of people. Even if there is no coup, there was innocent people killed, and Stephen K should have the heart, not just going to Juba, because him going to Juba, he will not differentiate anything, because it was the government official who went to him and paid him money so that he can write these papers. And it is also the government official who invite him to Juba. But unlike African report, the African Union report, it is our partner in the region. They are the leaders of Africa. And remember, South Sudan back then, they say we don't need any foreign intervention. We need African solution for African problems. Now they didn't. They even violated their stand. We need African solution by the Africans, right? When you go and hire a lawyer, a distant far like UK, to come and justify whether there was no coup or what, there's even telling there is something there government don't want to tell to the people of South Sudan. And for speakers like Wall to shame others, look, the report is tribal. There was no relationship between the army and Ezekiel Lul at the time. There was no army connection with Ezekiel at all. If there is a coup, there should be Garud Mai is the one who in control of army at the time. It is the one who in control of army. If there is a coup, legally was planned by the army of South Sudan. So this brother Madid is mind-boggling. But more importantly, we should not focus on this report. The government of South Sudan should focus on implementing the peace agreement. That's it. And then we, the people of South Sudan, we can forgive each other. We can say, you know what, we have wronged ourselves in the past. Enough. Let's do the right thing. Let's move on. This is the right thing we can do. But hiring lawyer, bring him to Juba, let him talk, he will not change any situation. Stephen is already incited the tribal tension in Juba. Stephen has violated the right of the people who died in Juba instantly. Stephen, as lawyer, he has segregated the people of South Sudan by only targeting individual within the Nuer community. Stephen has come into coup now. Stephen is making coup to the peace. In the time of peace, we don't need something like this. And he did it. Stephen has involved himself into our tribal politics. Okay? By him accepting this, writing this report, it's not fair. There are people died. There are people died in Upper Nile. Civilian died in Upper Nile within this course of fight. There are people died in Juba. And these people need justice, not the report. They need justice. They need justice to be done to them. Not writing this report with $17 million. Come on, man. If this $17 million were put in use for us train our children, because what lacking to us is the army, responsible army that has doctrine of a nation. This is what we're lacking. If we can use this money to
let me correct this one. Before you go ahead, Abel Kola, I see you want to respond to Jabril. You mentioned about 17 million, according to this morning report, the press conference done by Stephen. He was saying, he denied that 17 million is not true. It's a fake news. It's not true. So it's not true. So that's what he said. That's 17 million.
It was not even 17. It was supposed to be 1.7. 1.7 million. That's what was alleged.
Oh.
And even that, he denied it. But because of the opposition and the propaganda from the opposition, and instead of saying, even putting it as 1.7, they put it 17 million right away.
17 million. Yeah, the decibel, they dropped the decibel, huh?
Yeah, they dropped the decibel and made it 17 million. It was supposed to be 1.7 million. And even that amount, Stephen K denied it. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Jabril, go ahead. So
yes, Madi. If Stephen would go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, before Jabril speak again, he's contradicting himself, and his party is actually contradicting themselves at this point. Because why are they questioning now? Why are we bringing the foreigners to come and investigate? And that actually Stephen K had contributed to the killing. Why is he asking this now when Dr. Machar himself is the one running to international, asking international to intervene in the issues of South Sudanese politics? Jabril, I want to ask you, are you really listening to yourself when you're speaking, or do you just speak off nowhere? Please answer this, because you know your boss himself is the reason why this report came out. Your boss is the reason why this report came out. And why now you're saying that we South Sudanese need to do our own reconciliation, versus when President Kiir has been preaching for those 8 years that the war had erupted in 2013 and 2016. This is what President has been preaching. Let's sit down as South Sudanese, let's solve our own problem. As South Sudanese, let us speak to the African Union, and only the African can fix their own problem. Why are you contradicting yourself? Or why has your party been contradicting themselves? Answer that question, please, for me. Thank you.
Well, can I answer her, please?
Yes, you will.
I am not contradicting myself, my dear. Look, even with that report, there is no mention of Dr. Machar staging a coup to begin with. Within that report, I read it. Yes.
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, go ahead.
See, they are trying to control people. See, this is how. Oh,
no. Okay, go ahead. He's on mute. Go ahead. He
there are good people who really need to benefit from this conversation here. That is why we keep responding to him, Brother Dinkamis. In the way Jabril talked, they tell me Jabril is clueless, completely clueless about the peace agreement of 2018. If he wasn't really clueless, he would have known that Chapter 5 of the agreement that actually made his boss the vice president today. Chapter 5 talks about transitional justice. accountability, reconciliation, and healing. And if you go back in a time to go to 2015, when the government and the opposition were presenting their position papers, it was the IO which included it in their position paper, that accountability, going down to the root cause of the conflict, must be also added into the peace agreement. Now, that becomes the chapter 5 of the compromise peace agreement. Now he talks about the implementation of peace agreement. Okay, can we implement peace agreement and skip chapter 5? Is that how you do it? Accountability is a part of implementation of the agreement. And even we disputed these numbers earlier from the mouth of Stephen K. He stated that he did not receive 1.7 million, let alone being 17 million, as being broadcast by the propaganda network of the opposition. He even denied receiving $1.7 million. Okay, Stephen K. did not make a verdict. What he did was not a verdict. It was a report. He published what he heard in the recording, in the interception. That is what he published for us to know. Why are the rear ends of the opposition elements getting itch? We have to hear the truth. We, the people of South Sudan, deserve right to know how the conflict started in our country. And those of you, Jibril, there is one thing you need to do. Either you prove Stephen K. wrong, or you give us your narrative of how the coup started. What you have been telling people of South Sudan about the genocide, about the Jain Council of Elders, about the Dinka people massacring the Nuer people in Juba had been torpedoed, and your ship is sinking. Babur Tatidip, Wagafi Wasaruk, and is going down. You guys lied to us too much, and we kill ourselves as a result of your propaganda network, and you confuse our people. And today the truth is out. Give us your facts, or prove Stephen K. wrong. Riek Machar is in Juba. Riek Machar was also in England. If you think he had been accused falsely, let him put up his legal team and challenge the man legally. And for you to come here and tell us that, oh, it wasn't the right time for this report to be done. Well, go and read the peace agreement. It talks of the accountability. Can there be accountability without facts?
Madid, tell him that I have all the documents. You see here, this is all the answers I have in my hand. Tell him. Yeah.
Can you avoid talking about the facts? That is how the accountability as we know it. That's how the accountability is. And you too, feel free. If you know how the war is done, let us know. Put it on the table for the people of South Sudan to judge.
Just tell him I have all the answers in my hand here. This is the book. Tell him.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Then Kamis, it seems like the Henrys, people are complaining that the Henrys is not open. Can you check that on your side? And also, okay, let me give this chance to
Let me conclude.
Okay.
You know, the question raised by Sister Rihanna is irrelevant. She said that I'm talking out of no. I am saying that within this RSS, there are 8 chapters. Every chapter, you cannot jump them. We have a transitional justice to be run, and there is repatriation. There is a pay to be paid to people who lost whatever they lost. Is even here. That's why I'm saying that. Why do we need a report from Stephen K? No, we don't. We don't need it. All we need is implement the peace, and we can do justice here. We can do justice here. Okay? And also, let them know that they are really driving a notion or a narrative that is not on the ground. First, when the coup happened, the intelligence in Juba, the one who in charge of intelligence, said clearly there was no coup. And was there in the Puma Nigerian report is there. That you are driving a campaign, but we are talking the reality. And that is why I'm saying that there is no need for South Sudan to go and hire a lawyer. All we need is, let's implement this peace. Period. If we implement the peace. Another thing again, this wall or whatever name here is in there, he can drive whatever notion he's driving. But there is no coup, and Dr. Mashar name is not even involved in the coup. He was not in charge of army. Ezekiel Lul was not in charge of army. In those times, there was a friction between Taban and Dr. Mashar. There was no good relationship. So this idea of coup is nothing but to prevent peace to happen.
Okay.
Period.
Okay, thank you, Jabril. Tony.
Jabril, what did you call my name was?
No, I was responding to your question.
Okay.
What did you call me?
It's okay.
Oh, sorry. Your name is not Mariana. I'm sorry then.
This is one of the things that you also need to learn.
Okay. Thank you.
Number two, there is no way now you can say no need for this report. Nuer brothers and Nuer sons and daughters are crying out there. There was a massacre. Nuer was killed in 2013. They're claiming 20,000. This report needed it. South Sudanese needed to hear it. This is the right time.
We have the RCS. It's already included here.
Don't deny now that the facts are out. You're trying to hide the whole equation that all Nuer sons and daughters has been crying for, or all the South Sudanese has been crying for. This is the truth that they've been looking for, and that truth is out. And nothing but the truth. So you know what? There's no need for you to cover up. Ownership. You guys need to honor it and say, you know what, we did wrong as South Sudanese. President himself did not deny the fact that the war erupted, the fact that there was a coup. And he said these people didn't come with a stick. They came with machine gun. I also went in with my machine gun. That's the truth. And if it's better, then be it. Please don't beat around the bush and try to hustle us down here. I'm not ready for that kind of a debate with you.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, our next.
Imagine this study. The same Mao that said that 20,000 Nuer people were killing people. 20,000. Is the same Mao that say now, there should be no report. Really? So the life of 20,000 people don't matter?
We have transitional justice. We have transitional justice.
That's good, Jabril. That's good. Thank you. Let me hear my. Wait. Yes, I have two more people. So let me.
Them come so we can. I have 3 people here, but then.
Yeah. So let me finish with these two, and then I will yield my microphone back to you. Okay. Dwalajan Padal, welcome.
Okay. Yeah, Madid, these guys should come here to Facebook so that we can know their faces, because they're hiding in clubhouses, inside violence. They should come here like me. I can be seen everywhere, and I'm not hiding.
Okay. Thank you, Jabril. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Madid, and those who are listening from online, and some of you who are listening from back at the clubhouse. My name is Dalarjin, the leader of the Union Party of South Sudan. You know, when I read this report, I really laughed at the presentation of this guy. What happened is that, you know, people of South Sudan need to learn about how truth can be found and how evidence can be found. So the issue should not be, he is not going to, we should not reject it, okay? We just need to examine where is truth. That is, and the fact is argument is the argument of Salva Kiir and his regime that was thrown out by his own court. So what we are happening here, what he's saying there is a coup in both two wars, okay? The 2013 war and 2016 war. He say all these one are coup. for me, a lawyer who does not know is kind of a lawyer who really does not know what a coup is. And any of you who has a military background should understand how the coup in Africa, just a couple of years, there has been a real coup. Leave about Europe, maybe the coup was a long time in Europe, but in Africa, we are living in a nation where, or a continent where there's a lot of coups. So we know what a coup actually is, what a coup means. So that's why the 2013 was not a coup in the report and the evidence provided by our intelligence. Those are the SPLA intelligence. And then the report that was seen and judged by the court. Do not cut me, please.
Door, you want to control you. You want to sort it out.
Yeah, I know. That's what they do. Usually.
No, don't bully us. If you want to start bullying us, then you should not even attend. Then just lock up and leave. Otherwise, don't start to bully us, Jibril. Okay? This is the way it works in club hours. Moderators have right to interject. Mr. Larkin, I wanted to tell me this. Tell the audience and tell the people of South Sudan. When you attack, if you want to be in America, you mobilize your tribesmen. You attack Pentagon. You attack the National Security Headquarters, the CIA. And in there, you are actually making a communication with how the Pentagon should be attacked. And then now, you're talking somewhere in New York or one of the military bases. You're talking with some of your loyalists in there. What would that be called?
Well, let me tell you that usually, there are two things here. That what you just described, if it's not targeting the head of the state, then it can be a rebellion. Unless if you don't know what the difference between rebellion, which is very, very hard for even scholars, even people who went to school. It's very hard for people to know, is this a rebellion or is it a coup? Even people who study this. I went to school for more than 20 years at Iowa State where John Graham went. But it's really very hard to differentiate the two issues. So you need a scholar, not a lawyer, probably would you not do social sciences to explain actually what a coup is. Like now you just describe a rebellion. That's not a coup. So let me tell you what coup is actually. A coup actually, a military coup. Hold on.
Or you can believe in your brain, but you cannot judge what our brain is capable of.
Yeah,
From
okay.
understanding there, when you attack the government installation with an intent to take over the authority, that is a coup. Like what happened in the White House when the white supremacists actually attacked the White House, it was called a coup, even though they did not have guns.
Resurrection. That was a resurrection. That was not a coup. What happened in the United States was a resurrection, not a coup, not even a coup, not even a rebellion. So let me.
Okay, one mic at a time, guy. One mic at a time.
And they did the same thing. Madid, I think these guys here are just wasting our time. Let us listen.
Now, don't argue the village's point so that we can.
Let him finish. Let me.
Anything from this guy when he already know he was there himself in 2013. So how can you sit here and deny that there was no coup when he was there in 2013? Doran Larkin, are you serious?
Okay, let him.
On your own live video, you have said it. You have stated it in your own live video.
Okay, let finish and then I will
look here. The problem is we have people who are still alive. I myself, I work in Tiger Division when the war happened. Maria Lechinor worked with me, General Peter Limbaugh worked with me, and other general like Ian McCoy, all those generals, these are the people who work with me.
Okay, let me ask you this.
So, hold on. Let me, people, you might be living in abroad or whatever. You don't know what actually happened in the army. That's why you rely on foreigners. There are generals, there are people who work in the Giada where the war happened. And one of them is myself. Okay. So we know exactly what actually happened. So we are not talking about that one. There's information. Information can be proved by the live experience.
Let me ask you this.
how unprofessional this guy is. You want to shut you down.
Yeah, I know.
Hang on, guys. Okay, let me ask you this, dollar. Then you said that you were in the Tiger Division. Where were you at that night? The night that people, because according to the report during a phone call, that night when there are groups and they are among of Tiger Division, they went to break the door for the weapon, the store for the weapon. Are you among of those people at that night or no?
Yes, I am actually in Giada at that night. And let me explain it to you, because you know the people has a real problem of there is not even breaking of the store. What happened is this: General Malarial order at around 3 o'clock, before even a night come, before 8 o'clock, he ordered everybody actually to put their gun in the store in Giada. And the order was not just random, it was done through negotiation with officers, okay, of which I was one of them. So the order was actually negotiated and explained very well, and it was agreed. Everybody was told to actually ask the soldiers to put the gun in the store, and all the gun were actually locked in all the store. What happened after the gun was locked in the store is what a lot of people here jumping up and down and they don't know. Mariel knows it. If they don't tell you the truth, that means they are covering up. They should tell you the truth. Mariel is a general, is a senior than me. Peter Lim is a senior. There is General Yen. All those are senior officers. Okay? So they should tell you what happened, and they're all alive. Why the report don't ask them? Why should the report?
According to the report too, they're saying that during the report, Peter Lim was contributing money to the Pacific Nuer soldiers. Are you among of those people?
That you see, even to contribute what kind of money? The money, when our money come in the Giada, the money is locked. There is a financial department for the money. You don't see money. Sometimes we see, like me, sometimes I work like a volunteer. I don't see money even maybe after 3 months. I don't see money. Money is, you can even tell by yourself how Sudanese talk. They are talking now about 17 million and 1.5 million. You can see that is also a lie. We cannot judge that.
Professor, now you are through.
Okay, thank you.
Let me explain this. Okay. Now, you know, this guy, what people don't are playing with our people here, the God will judge them. Okay. And I know that God actually will give us the truth. Like this guy now, you know, people might, that is how we will find the truth. That's how the lie will be found. Because he's talking about coup. Giada and the palace of president is almost 2 or 3 kilometers to get there. Most of the coup target only president because he has the power, and soldiers can really be fighting in J1 rather than in Giada if it was actually a coup. Because most coup they are very quick and they target the president. The war that happened in Giada was not targeting any official. It was a war between Denka soldiers who have gun and Nuer soldiers who have gun. Remember, there are a lot of tribes in Giada where I work, a lot of tribes, they are in uniform. They were never involved in that war. So let's be honest. Remember, I've been telling you here that the war in South Sudan is a tribal war. A lot of people, they jump up, tribal. You don't understand this. I live it. Okay? So the war at that night was only between soldiers, Denka soldiers in army and Nuer soldiers in army. No other tribe were involved. Okay?
I have a question, Madid.
Hold on. The reason for this war, is, as I told you.
Yes.
Yeah, just hang on a second, because instead of just wasting our time, we just better take it one at a time, because
you see, so they
You see, the army in the clubhouse, they don't listen to the truth. Yeah.
Jibril, hang on a second, because sometimes in order for you to be like a moose and lose, it doesn't help in a political debate. I want Brother Largent to encounter the document that has been released by the government recently through the fact finding, not just rubbish.
Abiel, I will be back very quick. You guys control very quick. Yeah.
That's what I want, document. I think in one of the rooms a couple of days ago, there is someone, his name is Johnson Garang, described the document as is a fact-based document. It's not a research document. So in order for you to encounter or refute this document, you have to come up with the facts. Instead of this, there was Nuer soldiers with the arms and Dinka and other tribes. Doesn't make any sense. You see, this is the problem. Secondly, this document was released by the government addressing a specific entity, not the IO, not the oppositions, but international community. International community, including the African unions and the IGAD, who misdiagnose our problem. We need to be very careful. This is not meant to South Sudanese. Even if Brother Larger is speaking on behalf of the IO or those who are involved in the coup attempt, this is something different. That has nothing to do with this document at this juncture. So we need to encounter this document with the facts, not the emotions, and try to mislead people here. Thank you, and I will wait for my turn.
Yeah, I know, sometimes a lot of people.
But Dr. Larkin, he's not actually speaking on behalf of the IO. He's actually speaking on behalf of his party.
Right.
He has a
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
But he is speaking on behalf of his party. At the same time, too, he was there 2013. Now
Yes.
he's denying the fact that has been produced by the international when they were actually crying out to international to reveal what took place in South Sudan. This is a very shocking news, to be honest. And these people are playing with our mind. This is now the truth of South Sudanese need to know. These people who self-proclaims of parties and empowerments and all this kind of whatever, these people are not going to produce what needed it for South Sudanese to hear. So what I just wanted to say, Comrade Madid, we want to skip those two guys and let other actually speak on the clubhouse.
Yeah, you should listen to Professor Ladjor because he was there physically.
Benefit from these two gentlemen, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. Our sister, come down, please. Sometimes we need a lot of talk to resolve our problem. Okay, and we will going to find the truth. What I'm saying is this. The guy is this lawyer is talking about a military coup. He doesn't know what is a coup is actually. Okay, if you could have argued about a rebellion, I will agree with him, because what happened is actually a rebellion, not a coup, because the soldiers that were fighting, they were resisting. They didn't want their gun to be disarmed. Because what made the war
can you conclude your remarks, please?
A disarmament.
Conclude your remarks so that the other people can take a chance. Dr. Agin.
Until you have told them the truth. If they know what happened in our country more than us, then they need to put it in writing and challenge that and challenge the Stephen. Okay, and they need to actually produce their document, their evidence, so that we can look at those two. As simple as
I have written almost right now is about 200 pages. Is a book, not just a report, and it's going to be published. No. It's not. It's not going to be like a 1 million book. It might be more than 2 million, because I've spent a lot of time writing this. It's going to be published. It's going to be a book. Okay. So just wait. Do not be in hurry. So what I'm saying what I'm saying is this. Okay. What is happening? What is happening? All this. What is happening?
If you know more about how the coup was done, just go ahead and let it be available for the people to see. Otherwise, you need to go and contact the Stephen K, who produced
Brother Well, I don't know who is the moderator at Clubhouse. Madid is stepped out.
Yeah, I just wanted to conclude with a line because people here they don't want me to talk.
I want to add well is people need to know. Can I interject your moderators? Yeah, go ahead. Okay. Yeah, what I want to say is this. The second thing that people need to know, this report is not coming from an investigation of the people where Stephen K. go to people and ask, like what Larkin was saying, that communication of Marial and Liam should have been there. And that communication was not through the phone. People need to know this report is coming from the phone call communication. It's not just coming from where Stephen K. should go and ask who was part of the people that were involved. No. So anything to do with what happened with no recording of the telephone call is not in this report. So the authenticity of this report is based on telephone call, just like the way we are talking now. So Stephen K. cannot be blamed when he was just translating something from original recording. You see? So people need to know that these facts are there. And if there is anyone that is saying no, go and produce another tape to come and prove it. You don't just go and investigate someone out of your own will and say this is wrong. It's very hard for you to come and prove that this is wrong because there is an audio recording of a telephone call, including how Americans were talking with Ezekiel Lund. And Ezekiel Lund is just putting himself on fire by just wanting to deny it. And there is a recording of him talking to American like the way he was saying. So how would you try to say that this one is not true when there's a recording? Stephen K. was just translating something. So continue, moderators. We don't need to waste time. Sorry, Matul.
Yeah.
I just want to build on this point in 1 minute, moderators. This is a very important point here. If you want to go to the bank to acquire a loan for a small business, the bank will ask for a financial statement that is audited by the certified accountant. This is what South Sudan did. For hiring a lawyer in Burkina Faso or in Great Britain or in Serbia or Russia, it's not a problem as long as they are certified to put up or file a political case or criminal case. As long as they are entitled and certified to do that, there is no problem of the law firm based in Britain. And as a matter of fact, this law firm, they've been in the business for more than 60 years. And for Largents, I want to let you know, this Stephen K. is the one who actually oversees the trial of the Uhuru Kenyatta of the Republic of Kenya when the election between him and Raila Odinga resulted in some human rights violation and so on. And the guy was actually required to appear at the criminal court. But this law firm, with their reputation internationally, went and pursued the case. And now, the president of the Republic of Kenya is Uhuru Kenyatta. Leave that alone. Uhuru Kenyatta runs and oversees the Security Council, Kenyan operations. You see how complicated it is? So do not come here to undermine a law firm that was running a business for 6 years, leave alone 1.7 million or 17 million per se, is a problem. These folks have been in the business for quite a while. So this argument that, wow, there's a British law firms, lawyer, whatever, that amount to nothing, folks. It's laughable sometimes when I heard this. You see? Thank you, Matol. That's a very good point, by the way.
Actually, what we are saying here, we are not undermining whatever their qualification is or whatever. What we are saying, we are talking about the principle, what make a coup is. How do we know this is a coup? And how do we actually judge from his point of argument? That is what I wanted to clarify. Okay. Now, I wanted to point out this.
Okay. People in the clubhouse.
Okay, guys.
You can mute them.
They mute me. They mute me. Okay.
So those who want to come, Madid, what you're going to do? Madid, what you're going to do? I'm going to mute in the clubhouse.
Yes,
You
please.
can send me the link.
Thank you.
I
Thank
will
you.
asking you the link here on Facebook because this guy called Jibrin, you want to see my handsome face of Dinga face that
Then Kamis, I know you. I know you. I want the people who are there to come here because they're exciting things that they don't know. I know you, then.
Okay, what I will do, Miss, I will let you guys in Clubhouse continue with your debate, and I will exit, and then let me continue with these people in studio. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that's good. That's better because they are actually.
Attilo and well, Tony, what do you guys think?
myself, I don't mind. Let's go like that. Let's do this.
Okay, so and then you guys continue with your debate.
Exit and then
And
we
if
can
you
debate
want
in
to join,
Clubhouse.
huh?
We can debate in live show here.
What did you say, Abel?
I say you can exit from the Clubhouse and let us.
Yes,
on
that's what I
over
want to
here in
do.
the
So I
studio.
will leave the Clubhouse and you guys continue. Okay. And then, Kabisi, if you need a link, I will send you a link in your inbox.
Yeah, but how about Jabril, who was interesting to the Can he come to Jabril, who keep lying because we will talk about him.
Okay.
This room. So
Okay.
it's interesting. He's supposed to join us. Jabril, you have to know that we will talk about your.
I will send him down there. I will send him to Clubhouse.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
They are afraid to come here, Amadit.
No. So they need you back there in Clubhouse. You can go there.
When I go there, Chol will kick me out. Chol will kick me out.
Okay. Okay, you guys can go ahead, Javril.
Yeah, Madid, let me finish.
I exit Clubhouse.
Very good.
Yeah, brother, let your preach, lecture them about what you know.
Yeah, I'm just going to just briefly to
Let
state.
you please conclude your show because I have a question to ask, and so that we can be able to
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what I'm saying is this. This the report that was just presented is lacking a lot of things and is lacking the truth. But it's a report. He produced it, but he doesn't know what actually happened. And I believe he is confused between the coup and rebellion. A coup is actually when a group of military army merge to take power from the president, especially they target the president and the cabinet. That is a coup. Either he can be arrested or forced to resign or is forced to go to the jail. Usually, we have seen that. I cannot lecture this because it's something that we have just seen in Guinea when this guy was forced to, and we see it actually in Zimbabwe when Robert Mugabe was actually arrested and forced to resign in front of everybody, the whole world. They saw it. That is a coup. Okay, so if at all there was a coup plan, it will target both Riek Machar and the Salva Kiir. They will either get arrested or they can be killed. That is the coup we know in school in theory, and that is the coup we know in reality. Okay, so what happened in this guy cannot say it's a coup. Even his own scholars later on he will be thrown out. That's what I know. Now, in our context, in our what happened in 2013, because I was there actually, so I know everything, every little thing, detail what happened. What happened actually is not close to a coup. What happened is what we can describe as a rebellion, because those soldiers, they were fighting. The reason they were fighting is because they didn't want to be disarmed. That is a rebellion. In anything, when you resist something, you don't want something, you don't like the order, you don't like you to be done like this, that is a rebellion. You rebel. So what happened is a rebellion because
so you are denying the legend, you are denying everything, even audio record you are denying it. Later on, if those audio record will be released, and I believe those audio record have been they speak, I think it will be Tongnat. So will you be declined again for that.
I don't believe that, because even if there was a coup from those records, they will. Why will there be a disarmament first before the war? Remember, there was a disarmament before the war took place. We all of us, any person with a gun, it was put in the store. Maybe a pistol at least. Every gun, all the gun, the machine, or they were put in the store, and every officer agree those weapons to be stored, to be in a store. That was the agreement.
Yeah,
Now,
brother. Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something? You said something very good. If there was a coup, there will be a source of reinforcement from the army, right?
Actually, if it was a coup, why will the gun be stored then? So you want to tell me Marial knew from those videos, that's why he came to disarm the people? Maybe that's it. You want to tell me that Marial already listened to the video before actually the war, and then because what we knew is that we were surprised by the order that the gun to be stored. And that was what surprised the people. It didn't even put people into war until when they see the MI, all the MI that was given gun to stand in each door of the weapon door were actually identified to be Denga tribe. Let me tell you the truth. Why actually the gun was shot. The first bullet, because I was there. So what happened is that all the MI, after the gun was stored, the MI, they were the Dinka. And in our Giada, the majority of the MI are Nuer. But in that day, only the MI that actually were given key and responsibility to stand on the store were Dinka. Now that was what brought the question, okay, of why is it like that? So some of the people that some of the other battalion or platoon that did not turn on their gun in yet, and then try to resist, and other people who was asking question. What the war actually was started by one of the MI who was given responsibility to guard the store of the gun. He was firing something. I don't know what the order was coming from. That needed to really be investigated. Okay. So after he shot somebody dead, and everybody was going in to look for his own gun. So that is how the war is started. It was identified as a Dinka and the Nuer tribe war. What we can advise this guy, the guy who does not know our culture, he need to visit our history. He doesn't know that there was a war. Every time we have a war, what you need to do is just to remind people, and then it pop up. Like when
Jan Machadi is asking you, where were you? Soldiers at the time that of incident.
How many time will I tell you? I work in Giada. Okay, how many times will I really tell you, my brother? I work as an administrator in Giada.
Okay,
inside Giada.
Yeah, let us give a chance to Bill. Abilokon, go ahead.
First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Don Lardin here, and also brother those who just joined in, Denkamis, Benjamin Matot, and Jibril. I think Jibril went to Clubhouse. You know, the question is not about the report itself. It's very authentic.
Yes.
If this report contain the audio as intercepted, based on the communication, if this is what is written in this report as we read it, and there are audio that will back this written document up, there should be no question in anybody's mind that there was no coup in South Sudan. Because the most important evidence that a person can contribute in a court of law is an audio.
Audio and video.
And the videos that were intercepted. Mm-hmm. The communication between, especially Taban Dengai communicates with a lot of people. We did not read that part, maybe, but I read it. He communicates mostly organizing and how this thing need to be done. You know, the leading person that I say that I don't have question about the authenticity of this document. because it justified that there was a coup attempt that had taken place. If the senior commanders talk about capturing Juba within 24 hours, like those of Uya Dengajak, that you don't have organized, there was no proper soldier that were trained and we can capture this Juba within 24 hours. And they are communicating among themselves, and this audio are there, then definitely the people of Southern believe there was a coup attempt that had failed in 2013. Now, those who are questioning that there was no coup attempt, that the coup attempt cannot be done. Of course, where people were fighting, it justified that even the communication between Deke Lol and also the Taban, that maybe the president is still there or did he left? It showed there was a plan. Why are we doubting it? Is it because we did not hear the audio? Of course, the audio will surface because President Kiir, I think the intelligence, why I was saying it was that it's the timing of his release that was a questioning to it. And I came to understood during the follow-up question. Because a time was released with us, I think it was asked, why this time? He said this, that the people of South Sudan need to understand who are actually behind what's happening in South Sudan. And if something like this happen again, they will have to know who are actually planning it, which is mean there is something that they may aware that something may be happening, given the tension between these two leaders.
Yeah, Abel, let me interject you in that point.
Yes, wait, yeah. I want to conclude this. I believe there was a coup attempt. I believe the person that was to take the leadership of the President Kiir was Dr. Machar himself. I believe the architect of this coup was Taban Dengait, based on his communication with those officers. Maybe the timing, maybe the date, the day of that they should have taken this coup.
Your voice is not there.
Was not the same day. You see, because even we identify.
Your voice is not there.
Why did it come that early?
I did tell him his voice is not there.
Who?
No, his voice there is you. You cannot hear us.
So this is what I want to say, that we should not doubt the document, because I think Stephen will produce because
Abel, let me interject you. You mentioned very important point about what Ateng was saying, and that's why I'm telling you, in our culture, is that when we are reminded by our past event, sometimes we panic and we are nervous, and that is why, and sometimes it can lead to war. No question about that. You remember the day of this war, Salva Kiir himself went to Nyakuran and met with the official. And when he met with the official, he reminded people about 1991. And indeed, people fight. I will not throw out what Ateng was saying, that that there will be a recurring to this problem. So every time we are reminded, even this guy is reminding us right now about 2013, 2016. Remember, there will be, actually I will say likely enough, there will be another war of such, simply because we are nervous and we are reminded of the thing that
I can hear, man.
Actually dead. So I
can hear, man.
Right.
I can hear.
You can exit and come back.
We are good.
I can hear.
Gabriel, check
I can hear.
audio, please.
To put this one right, what happened in South Sudan, it was not a coup. It was just a people panic. People who have been in the war for a long time, like Salva Kiir, Riek Machar, they have been in war among the Denka and the Nuer. In 1991, in those of Anyanyatu in Biel Farm broke out. And then now there are tension. Those war, it did not, the trauma itself did not go out from those leaders. And they transferred it to young people now. It will pop, you just need to remind them, and then they will fight. So what I describe in our problem in South Sudan is a tribal war between the Denka and the Nuer. It's not close to a coup. It's not close to any political issue. When we agree that, we will be able to solve it. But when we keep and saying, we rely on the international analysis and judgment, we're not going to solve this, and it will follow us for a long time. Because remember, we are a country now. We are no longer a tribe, but we act like we are in our tribal villages. So that is the problem. We just transfer the tribal administration or tribal arrangement into the government, and it's not working that way. So that's why I was telling you, we have a lot of tribe in Tiger, but in that night, it happened only Denka and Nuer are fighting. What kind of coup is that? How will you get rid of a whole government that combine a lot of tribes, just two tribes, because two tribes are fighting? It cannot. So whoever claiming that it is a coup is not. Those are a misleading information. They are destroying us, and they are destroying our country. So and they want us to be fighting.
Okay,
what
let us give other people
in
a
our
chance to go
country
ahead.
is a tribal conflict. It just needs to be resolved using the tribal way of resolving a conflict. It's not even close to political issue. Okay, so look at when the war happened and we actually evacuated the town. We left. What happened? Most of the Nuer, they were killed door to door. And who killed them? Did you go there? Did any Anuak or Mule? No. The Denka went and target all the Nuer. How will you explain that? This guy doesn't know this because he doesn't know our culture. So that is the problem. We cannot be actually be subject to things that don't work within our culture. Our problem will be solved in our culture. So let me help one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Denka Miss and Benjamin, welcome. Benjamin, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. You hear me, Madid?
Yeah, your sound is good.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me and all your viewers and who are listening down there. So my name is Benjamin Matot. So I'm from South Sudan, from Irul community. I'm living in Australia. So thank you very much for your concerns and allowed people to communicate, to analyze the thing properly. So in my point of view, the way I look for it. So Uncle Eldo sent me the report for the press conference this morning, and I listening up to the end. And I was just analyzing the speech of Stephen K. So according to my observation and according to the way I read it, it was just talk about two events, 2013, 2016. And then all these events, it was referring link to the coup attempted. So I myself, I just admitted that there is a war fighting in 2013, 2016. There was a war. But so on another hand, for example, I just confused here. When the lawyer was talking about the evidence, so the report was lacking of time. How many hours Dr. Yamachar and his group communicate? He did not talk about the minute. He did not mention about the hours. He did not mention the date, the day. How many days they communicate to organize coup on the telephone? He did not talk about all this in order to support his statement, correct. Not you. I'm talking about Stephen K. He did not talk how many days Dr. Yamachar organized the coup on the phone. And how many hours Dr. Yamachar communicating with his commanders. So all this, they are not there on the report. Okay?
Right.
They are not there on the report. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm a political student because I know how to analyze the case.
You're doing good, Benjamin.
You are doing good, Benjamin. I think
number two, according to the report, I just analyzing the report. I printed analyzing. The report is lacking of a statistic. How many soldiers were involved in a coup? In order to support his argument. How many soldiers? Stephen said there was a coup in 2013. There was a coup in 2016. How many soldiers were involved, and how many soldiers were dead in a coup attempted? They are not there. In order for us to understand his statement, his argument, and also according to the report, if there is a coup, there was no the Minister of Defense. Those the commanders who are responsible for the army of South Sudanese defense forces, they were not involved in a coup. So what I know here, it was mentioned, it was talk about White Army and all this. So what happening? It was a tribal war.
Yes.
For two evidence. We have Matianganyor. They are not a national army. They are tribal militias. They just come and back here, the Salva Kiir in the context of Dinga. Okay? And also, Dr. Yamacha was organizing White Army. White Army, they are not national army. They are militias from where they just come up and back up in terms of tribe. I don't see there is a coup here. If the National Army of South Sudan did not involve, if the defense minister did not involve, how is Stephen link this case to the coup attempt? While we are using a tribal context of behavior, we talk about the Denga and the Nuer.
Benjamin,
Okay.
Benjamin, my brother, you killed it. You killed it all.
No, let me. The way I analyzing, because I did a bachelor of
No,
politics
you know,
and
you are
international
talking
relations.
like this guy is talking like a real
You see, I
political
want to
scholar.
answer this. Yeah,
This
I want
is
to.
the way how political scholars look at things. But the
so
way
I'm
this
not
guy is looking at things, he doesn't know our history. That's the problem. And he's
now.
trying to resolve
I'm
that.
against. I'm always. I'm not supporting rebel. I've been supporting. I'm government supporter until I will die as a government supporter. But we are, been and we are well educated, and we don't want to allow the Western world lawyers to confuse us. Okay.
Yes.
We are tired of war. So we need to know as well. We need to aware that who is Stephen Gay. Okay. Stephen Gay, his father were representing General the president of Iraq in the national court. Finally, it's just said we have lost the war, and Saddam Hussein was died in his end. We need to be very careful about this community, about this family. Okay. So anyway, I'm not coming here. This is the way I see it. And also,
Benjamin,
according to
if you don't mind, I want to help you with
final.
this. I want to help you with this. There is something that I want to read with you. See?
Yeah, wait.
Yeah.
Just wait. Let us respect this. Let us respect Madid. Madid is the organizer. When you have a time, Madid will give you a time. Let me finish my time. When Madid says stop, Benjamin, I have to stop because we are all intellectual and we need to respect everybody who are listening. We are listening there. So just wait for your time. And also, according to the report, and then Stephen Gay was forget about the corruptees, 75 ministers or 74 ministers who have been accused by corruption and they were sending away. They were not mentioned there. And also, the Stephen Gay K was forget about this. It was forget about the sanction, the individual sanction. Who was provide sanction to the individual within the government? It did not talk about this. For example, Michael McQueen was sanctioned internationally. Kwal Manyang was given sanction internationally. And then the individual, Marial Chenwang, was given sanction internationally. If this report was fair, why it did not mention all this? And what was the reason why they have been given sanction? And who give sanction them? Who tell the international community as the individual, all these ministers to be given sanction? So finally, I have seen this sanction timing. So why the government released this report in this time? The government was supposed to release this report earlier. the time when we have a peace negotiation in Addis Ababa, so that the government have a better place, a better argument. So the time is not connected with the time that mean that there is a planning for the government to adjourn the election. There will be no election, and there will be a behavior that will be taking place within South Sudan. We South Sudanese, we are tired of bullying, and we are tired of supporting tribe. So let us come to the sense that our leaders like Dr. Yamachar, Salva Kiir Mayardit, they are using us for nothing. And how long? And how long are we going to support them? For example, now President Kiir Mayardit, he was appointed his son to be his office manager, his own son. When you see Dr. Yamachar, he was appointed his own wife to be a defense minister. When you see Mama Nyandengit, it was appointed her own daughter to be her own office manager, her own daughter. You see, this is the government now become family government. The government now is become a family government. We need to break down this, and the government try to manipulate the South Sudanese from the reality to the liars. So right now, let me ask you, Madid. Thank you very much. Can you explain to me the event of 2016? Dr. Yamachar was in J1. Salva Kiir was in J1. All the ministers, they were in the meeting. And then the soldiers, they were start fighting outside J1. Can you explain to me? And then some people say now, Stephen said there was a coup in 2016 while the fighting was occurred outside. Okay, do you think that how did Dr. Yamachar organize the coup while he was inside with his own enemy? Is it making sense in the event of 2016? Is it making sense? If there was a coup in place, why President Kiir Mayardit, after the war finished, and then President Kiir Mayardit was organizing a security to take Dr. Yamachar to his own house? Why is President did not arrested Dr. Yamachar if there was a coup in 2016? Thank you very much. I will allow other people to talk, and I really appreciate it to share this information with you. If there is any offense language I use here, I would apologize. Thank you.
Benjamin allowed me to send my appreciation to you. I know South Sudan will never die. South Sudan will never die if we speak like this. The South Sudan will never die. Because you're speaking the truth from bottom of your heart. Nobody will manipulate us. And I want to read you the part of chapter 5. Chapter 5.
I read the document.
Thank you. Chapter 5, it says, transitional justice, accountability, and reconciliation and healing. This is chapter 5. He's saying this is chapter 5. Okay? Now, the people, the folks in Clubhouse, they want to confuse us, but we will never confuse. We love our country. We don't want to go back to war. We want to implement peace. And President Kiir have the right to implement the peace, but we are not going back to war. And anybody who's lying with this Stephen, he wants South Sudanese to go back and die. We say no, we're not going to die for no reason. We already fought in 2016, 2013. We fought, but we have the document here. Even him saying that by releasing this report will create accountability. We already have the accountability, chapter 5. I'm reading it now. He says transitional justice, accountability, reconciliation, and healing. By bringing this report in time like this, is it concise with this? I don't think concise with the RC's document. RC said upon establishment of the article shall initiate legislation for the establishment of following institutional justice. Subta the hajat RC guide kalam kalam. So RCs cannot be destroyed with lies. Yes, we fought. Yes, things happen. But what can we do now to prevent it to happen? We have to implement the peace. We have a national army that is inclusive. We have a justice system that will look after us. We have a government that will look after us. We don't care about the Stephen K. Stephen K is in UK. Who took this report? Even our court, our justice system in Juba being violated by this report. Why you take the intelligent information to a foreign country to be analyzed? And if it is a declassified document, why some names are feared? This is for other foreigners to try to.
Okay, hang on. Kadang Benjamin, you can but on you could say Japan, but you don't cover in. So you move down. Can Bakadang Balui, Japan, the Rob Coiting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Gabriel, we have two people who just came up.
Give it thank you. I'm really happy with Benjamin. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, then Kamis, can you hear me? Then Kamis, can you hear me?
I think they have issue with the connect. I don't know why.
Yeah, you guys need to open your camera. Then Kamis and Gigi Lam.
While we are waiting, okay, it's here.
Okay. So, Lam, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Comrade Madid, and extend my greeting to all the audience around Eagle South Sudanese Eagle Media of the extension of Lake State. You guys are doing a marvelous job, and God bless you. Yes, I have been listening for a while about the argument. It's about the report. Is it?
Hello? Yes, about the report.
About the report, yeah.
Yes, I think I got two to find out. One of the things, guys, why we are letting ourselves down because of the ego. We have to choose two things. We compromise or we divide. Everyone have to go to their own land. Because it's a nation is where a collective, different community that choose to live together and enjoy and in order to minimize the risk of security to live in peace and harmony with each other. Every community got their own land and territory. And therefore, because the model called government is, if we do not understand it, is better in order to suffer, because it's not automatic right to be in the same institution. One, if it's automatic, because the country is the idea, the land is a nature with 8 people, but we have been fought for a long time from Jalaba because we have been neglected. If at the moment, in the current situation, we the young people, we are neglecting that. We choose, let us choose, because there are some people who are really very tired of this justification and this mind game. We have to choose, we have to compromise, or everyone have to go to their own motherland. Because there is no way the other will be benefit for the expense of others. And secondly, we need to compromise. To compromise,
I think when you talk about the report, you should go back and analyze it.
Yes,
you just
I'm not yet, please let me put my phone across.
Yeah, let him
I just said these are two things. Either everyone have to go in their own way, because it's not automatic right to live together. Because why? Since 2011, the country that we fought for 21 years, we never want to compromise and accommodate one another. Second, we need to compromise. That's why we fought Jalab all along. Okay, we come to the point of the report. I would suggest the report, I will not subject anything to the report. The question is, despite all the report after 2013 event happened, there is so many report has been revealed. And then when the incident of 2016 happened, all the report, I think that audience, what I would ask, that audience, when this audience exists to be recorded, and which institution will record that audience? That's what I just want to know first. And the report. Because I don't want to go much, I just need to get that point clear, and then I can say my word, because we are here to contribute, and therefore.
So what question did you have, Lam?
I just said the report, because I can hear from during the conversation that there is a audio tape and also video has been recorded.
No, there's audio has been recorded according to the report. Did you read the report?
Okay. What I'm just saying, my people, let us walk up. Because this report, what I will not accept in my own term of view, when 2016 happened, these people who are contained in the report, immediately the time when the incident happened, why the system accept them? Because they had made a coup for IO. And they've been a working class with the same system organization. Why they do not summon them and asking, this is what you've been doing all along, you are part of this. But instead of doing that, what they have just done, they just endorse them within plus the actor. The actor who trying to be a witness of the report, they are the one who endorse those of Taban, which make a setback of 2015 or 2014 peace agreement, which lead to 2016. Why they do not rebuild them? Why they do not put them to jail, or they do not put them in trial? Why now? But what I think all this drama is about election, and also to prolong about our suffering. What I just want to add, guys, let us wake up. Let us forget all this drama. We are in the Western world. We all learn about the benefit of living, the benefit of peaceful environment. Why we live in a Western world and we all come from far away, and there is no one, and we've been allowed to live. Why not people have the same? We, the young generation, can we compromise rather than to follow our uncle and auntie? Can we compromise and then tell them we had enough? Our grandmama, they are suffering. Our mother, they are suffering. Can we look for a new dimension? Could we avoid focus on this report? Because they will take us nowhere. Let us think, because we are all learned, why we should waste a lot of time follow this drama. And I think most of us here, we are part of JAMR. We are the leader of the nation, which Dr. John Garang been planning for it. What I'm just hard to you guys, let us leave all whatever drama is moving around. Let us not accuse anyone. Dr. John already planned for us a future. Let us not follow our uncle. Let us find a solution. Let us prevent this war. By us, as I just come to this media, let us tell them, Uncle, this is our proposal. We don't need no more war. We've been suffering. We walk along the river from Ethiopia to wherever, and then we reach to this war. Why can't we forgive one another? Why can we not compromise? Guys, let us wake up. Let us not waste our time to discuss those things. And thank you. This is the point I just want to put, because these are Ezekiel was there. Tabande and Guy been endorsed by the system. Why they don't put? Why they don't asking him? Why the system do not reject him? He was a part of trouble, but they, instead of that, they choose him to be a vice president. Guy, let us work up. I don't accuse anyone. I just put my point of view. And thank you, guys. And if there is anyone, let us confront the reality. And then if we have fear of confronting the reality, because my uncle will be upset, and then we will be suffer for generation to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Lam. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's a wonderful word, and that's what we want. We want a unified language that united all of us. So we are one people. So that's good. I like your music. Thank you so much, Brother Biel. Go on.
Yeah, I just want to thank Brother Gigi Lam here for the remark regarding the concern for South Sudan. I think we, the Red Army, we have a task on our shoulder to be able to work collectively for the better of that nation. I also want to commend Brother Matad. Matad has a very good question, and this is what people should be able to ask. If President Kiir knew that there was a coup in 2016, not leave alone 2013, because if he knew that there was a coup in 2016 where it was organized by Dr. Riek himself, and they were in the same, they were in the meeting, why did he let them go? Because he cannot let the person that organized the coup and let him leave to go to his residence without confronting him and put him into prison and present it to the people of South Sudan. My concern is about the timing of the release of the document itself. If this document was released to distract the people of South Sudan from implementing the peace agreement, I think that should be called out by the people of South Sudan. It was a mistake. Yes, I'm not going to refute the authenticity of this document because it contained intercepted audio and the video regarding what was happening. But the timing was not right, as I said last week, and I won't repeat it here, that the people of South Sudan, President Kiir should have worked, to build the trust among the leaders so that the peace can be implemented, so that the unified forces has to be graduated, for people to have, confidence in the system and in the government, that if the election has to happen in next year, they'll be confident that the election will be free and fair, and then whoever want to campaign will campaign in a conducive environment where they can pass the message, whether for the government or against the government, in cabinet government, to be able to take people of South Sudan. But the timing was not right to me myself, for the purpose that we are in a time of implementing the peace agreement. But for those who are saying that you cannot accept other foreigner to come and justify that there was a coup, that the symbol that are actually preaching the gospel of Dr. Carlos Berger, that Carlos Berger written a research document where he actually targeted the one ethnic community, and now people at Jabril here, they were worshiping that document, that yes, there was a plan by the Dinka, there was a plan by, so many people are talking about it. When the Facebook activists and medias, that opposition, this is what was happening. Why are you accepting a research document and you are not accepting classified information that was actually extracted from the audio itself and presented to the people of South Sudan? And Stephen said that I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to present the finding, fact that I found. This is what is transparent in South Sudan. But to me, we are saying that we are urging the government so that they can at least find a common ground with the IO, work together, because I think there's a need for people of South Sudan to implement this peace agreement. We need a unified forces to be graduated. We need South Sudan to go to election over the next year. But you cannot go to election when there's no trust among the people of South Sudan. So President Kiir shoulder a huge responsibility because he's the president of the country. And therefore, if you want this country to go into the right direction and leave a good legacy that we all admire as Red Army, there's a need for him to work with the opposition so that we can have at least a country that we call war. I also say to my fellow Red Army that there's no more future that we can say the future belongs to us. The future is now. What we are talking here, this is the future. Because we are whether in mid 40s or in early 50s, we are not growing young anymore. The future should be belong to our kids. And therefore, for those who put their seed or their roots into the government, they should work to reflect what was actually being said by the leaders of the SPLM, including the late Dr. John himself. Now we have people in the government that are part of the Red Army, whether in the state level or in the national level. And when they find the opportunity, let them work to reflect that we are different people. We have to work for the better of this nation. Brother Madid, the new TV here, I think is another way of showing that we are concerned and we want to trust the media to transfer our message that we are discussing. So let us analyze it with the hoping in mind that our purpose is to unite the people of South Sudan, so that we are one people, one country, and one ethnic community that can be able to, our tribal dimension is what makes all of us unique, on our own way. For those who are questioning the release, the timing, I'm against the release of this document at this crucial time when we want this peace to be implemented, because it will actually distract people talking now about it. Those who were, even though President Kiir talk about pardoning them, you will continue to make mistakes and pardoning them. This alone is another thing that needs to be done, because the issue of appeasement is what brought this country into its knee, instead of holding people accountable. So thank you, Brother Madid, for giving opportunities, and those who are here will give the floor to them so that they can also contribute.
Thank you, Brother Biel. Actually, we have 8 minutes left for this session close. Then, Kamis, I don't know what's going on. What's wrong with your phone? Are you using your phone same time in Clubhouse? Then, Kamis.
It's not there. It's not there to be found.
Yeah, you need to disconnect your phone in Clubhouse. I don't know if you are using your cell phone or your computer. I don't know what's going on. So anyway, we are coming down to our show. We have 8 minutes left. I will give you Jabril. Then Kamil, you are not there, so I will give you Jabril 1 minute to 2 minutes, so you put your conclusion, and then we close down our program for this tonight show.
Okay. Madid, the other day I was really upset when I heard that you closed down the Lake State Media. I wasn't happy because this Lake State Media, don't worry that it has your state name, but it really helped us to come together, and again, it really helped us to confront some of wrong thinking we have against one another. We all want people, like Bill was saying. It is the right time for us to come together and confront ourselves, because some of these are just confusion, and when we confuse, some other countries or people with different intention will come in and make it even bigger. Like the way Benjamin talked today. I didn't know Benjamin Matot is the one who's speaking like this. Benjamin even understand, and he even break it down to pieces, just like a professor in the Jamayan. This is because it's very easy, and if President Kiir know that the dogfight in J1 was a coup, why didn't he let Machar to go to Congo? You see, but I think we don't need to do this. But also, one thing very important, we need to precise our both partners. We don't want war anymore. People are tired, and this document can bail us out. The artist, he can bail us out. Why fighting? We don't need to fight. We just push the two leaders to come and implement the peace. Implementing the peace, we can even go chapter by chapter until we can go to election. And if one of them fail the election, Then he will go home. He will be asked to go home peacefully by the people of South Sudan without any bullet. Instead of fighting with guns, let's fight politically. The SPLM-IO is going to be there in parliament, and we're going to challenge our ideas face to face like this. And then people of South Sudan will judge who's right, who's wrong. Instead of covering up, it's not good. But unfortunately, people in Clubhouse, there are a lot of people there. Nongi Angui, Nongi Pipi Mijrimini na everybody. but we here we know each other. I know Bill, I know Den Kamis. We all been fighting for so long. If you support government,
I want to talk to Clubhouse.
for Clubhouse, أنا بجيب من هنا يا Den Kamis أنت جيت نديك فرصة بتاعك. لكن all of us we support the government to implement the peace. There's no more war. Yeah.
But Comrade Madid, there's one word I forgot because I know I'm not a member, but I'm proud being a part of this audience. And we have to speak the truth. If you allow me 1 minute, there is a message that I just need to convey.
Go ahead.
Yes. Actually, what I just trying to remind you, J. Lamer, because I don't think the whole generation exists today, but they are there. Forgive me for that. You know, we, the people in mixed background, they are suffer in this situation. The mixed background, they are suffer in this situation. And therefore, I just try and that thing, because, for example, Equatoria mix with Bari, mix with Dinka, Nuer, mix, all these people, where are you guys accommodate them? And where they're going to go? And that thing you need, I suggest, is your own thinking. These people will live behind with the big two tribes and others. All these people are suffering between us. Where are we going to put them? That thing I just trying to remind you, you guys have to discuss and think. Because my auntie is there, my uncle is there. Uncle fight with, that's what I just trying to remind the audience. You guys know what I'm just trying to say. I don't want to say fully because that's not a part of, but the mixed background are suffer. I'm going to kill my uncle. I'm going to kill my auntie. Are you guys come to a term of that? Therefore, thank you.
Thank you, brother Lam. Appreciate it. Den Kamis, go ahead. I don't know what's wrong with your phone. Are you using the same phone with the Clubhouse or what?
No, I have 3 devices. I have 2 phones and 1 computer. I was actually using my computer and it happened that is my picture is not visible and mice is not connecting. I don't know. I hope you guys hear me now.
Yeah, it's good.
All right. Thank you, Medit. Nice to see you, brother Abian Cole. And Dolarjan. It does he just left. Is that Guy Lam? Was it him?
Yeah, I think that was him. Yeah, he's called him that Gigi Lam. Yeah, I think.
Okay. Maybe I just realized his voice.
Yeah, I think it's him,
Thank you for your time and the audience that are listening and watching down there. Yes, the clubhouse is still running, and Jeffrey, nice to see you. He just left or you dropped?
He left. I think he ran to Clubhouse probably.
Oh, okay. The topic, yes, the highlight. Thank you, Abian Korn, and you made it exactly what the document actually meant. My brother Don Legend is always like that, and I believe in my own belief, he was part of the coordination of that night, He did not even spell out earlier what was his role, what role he played during that event of 2013, on the 15th of 2013. Anyway, there's no enough time, and the document is actually is a fiction, so it's not just it's not a research paper where you can just say, oh, it was just a research paper. Number two, the government. One thing I have to let our citizens know: we don't have to worry about how much the government was spent to produce that document. It's none of our business. If you have a government and government have to produce a document, our business is to know what went wrong, what were the cause of that events that night of December 2013. Our problem is not how much money has been spent. So we all live in the world that you have to produce a document. Anything you go to the store, you need a receipt because you paid for it. Anything you paid, you have to have a document. So the case of, he already said it, it was not 1.7 million. You already said, but they got rid of decimal point and they came to 17 M. That's what they found out. And it's very weird and it's scary sometimes. Our intellectual guys that the country rely on them, that there will be a change one day or become the problem that can make up they can just project their numbers only at any time they want. Here is the case. Those of IO, they have been yelling. Those of G10, which is FDs, they were yelling that they need root cause to be discussed. Okay, the side of the government, their history side was produced by the African Union and the UN. Okay, the government have to produce their side of the story so that we can be able to go on to move on with the finding. So that's what I can. That's what I know. It is not. It's not a right idea for us to try to yell out, crying out. So what do we want as a South Sudanese? By the way, if there is no information out there, the government is not producing anything. Why we can't hear anything? Why we can't hear anything from the government? Now, when the government is releasing some verify information, the classify information like what happened, now it become a problem. Why do we have to have information? It's not a good time for it. What was the time that you gave the government when you planned the coup on the 15th of December? What time did you tell the government? What day? What year did you tell the government to produce that faction document? So we have to be honest here. I'm actually standing with that document. It's good. Where I have to know what killed my. How did my cousin die? My cousin that I'm taking care of is 3 children now. I want to know who killed them. How did he die? So
Can
that's
I
the
just
part of if you don't want accountability, that's where we're going to have the government later
can I
on.
just intercept
Uh,
the speaker?
Hold on. You can interject in the middle of
Interject. Yeah.
my speech.
Okay.
So
Okay.
let
Thank you.
me finish. Then you can go ahead. So that I'm happy with that because I lose somebody that is important in my life, and I'm taking care of those orphan kids. I want to know what was the cause of that fight. So for us here to deny the facts. Number one, African Union and the UN, they were not in J1 at that night. They came from the outside to come and investigate. So if you deny somebody who was physically fighting, giving his report, then what do we want as a South Sudanese? By the way, Madid, you said earlier that is 8 minutes left. I don't want to prolong my speech because my computer let me down. It was not your problem. So I will stop here and I yield the mic back to you, so you can see what Guy Lam want to say.
Thank you, Denkamis. Let me okay. It fall out. Okay, Guy Lam, you can go ahead. Be 1 minute.
I'm not Guy Lam, I'm Gigi Lam.
Guy, yeah.
Gigi Lam.
Okay, I'm sorry.
DJ Lam, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
but
have Guy
yes,
Lam that I debate with him
Guy Lam,
in the club.
we got similar name, and therefore we are
Okay.
family of Lam. And I think even is a family name to all of us, and I hope everyone recognize that. Yes, there's something that I was missing. You sound like all what people trying to analyze is like you are in disagreement. Is it right?
Yes, I am in disagreement with Don Legend. The way he analyzed the event of 2013, that he was part of.
Okay, I got your point. Dollar didn't make a great point. But if we are not confronting, because if we go around, we don't tell the truth, there's nowhere that we're going to go. There is hatred, hindering hatred going around. Because we are all, you know, the point I'm trying to ask in Comrade Madib. Let me just say this. With the mixture background, we are suffering. Are you guys worried about us? Or you just, because you are a newer top, you are a Dinka top, you are a Bari top, I don't want to go so on. There is people behind you guys. Could you just lower down your ego and brush it out? As I just come into this show, I say we have to compromise or everyone have to go with their own way. Simple. Because we all know our location. But because of this modality and the world of systematic, it makes people confused. But we know ourselves, we are one people. But if we include a certain ideology, you follow your uncle in your own homeland. I follow my uncle in my own homeland. And then let us forget about South Sudan. If you think you are part of South Sudan, which is the idea, and then you have to listen to my opinion. I have to listen to your opinion. Therefore, there is a mixed intermarriage. These children, I find my uncle. I find, Guy, can we reflect rather than follow something that does not take us nowhere? Are you going to defeat the son of your sister? Because the motive in your heart is in his heart too. Where are we going to go? That's what I say. Red Army, woke up. Let us leave all those things. John Garang educate us. We are the future.
Okay.
And thank you.
Thank you, Brother Lam. Ukela, can you hear me? Lual, can you hear me? If you can hear me, Lual, you can open your mic. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, this is your channel. Go ahead.
It went up again.
The guy just came from work, I believe.
No,
Yeah.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, but let me try to put on the
Yeah, we can
what
hear
is
you.
going on though? It looked like there is two.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Guy. And is this a new channel now that called, what is it? Eagle South Sudan Eagle Media TV?
Yeah, that's my personal neo media. Yes.
Okay, so you become Quenchol now, muy? Quenchol, or sense looking a word with or a dab tongue, looking so a dab big kalas muy. Almem Madit, yeah. Thank you. As my brother, Madit Yajamana, you know, whatever is happening with me, I don't code no shit, man. I don't give a fuck. I don't have uncle working there. I have nobody working there. I'm the one working for everybody free. Okay? We've been enslaved at the earlier age. And it is worse to say majority of us have even forgotten. They still lick the boot, the bad for those who have abused them. That is just what irritating me the most, yeah. Ajal karab galbi katir le na je shalamer del bi gazaru zen sa yum da bugulu shunu yaki en batong je jamer yok no chan ba nyol dien gen wala gedang janjar ba chamush del asama gadi ni akul lisa je shamer ma lisa ma gadi al ga janjar o yaji lena ni hani na je shamer garang mo biel ga lena hani na bukun ita you are what 40 or 50 motherfucker, you are already too old enough to be a man of your own. And you still crying, Pi Musakbal. What does it mean to be Musakbal? Okay, I'm not a psychologist, but let me put it this way. Okay? Yajumana, you will never ever change this as long as you still calling yourself Ana Jesh Hammer, Ana Lisa Jana, Upi Musakbal. From 35 to 45, you done. The only thing you are waiting for is when to go to the grave. Yaki, let not pull ourselves always. When I come out there and talk, people get offended. Yaki zolde mader denga, uzolde mader ajakwe le junub. Ana bedumui ana malageta ajakwe sibang min junub. For my mom or myself, I don't have an investment. What a waste. I will in the bother. I did not enjoy my teen age. Chanukun Shabab Namshibejai. Yomda gadi amula falade, we go Benamshu Fida Rojinak, Ita Gatas, Jesha Merkulu Gadi Alabinak. Chunukira Kenya, Nuaga Chitari, Ayazol Gadi Duk Jabinak, Ma grip ma Malfi Usum Junuzan. Alela de itum Lisa, you still have that perception, illusion, that one day, I don't know when that day will come. Garang Mobio told us, we will be future, we will be Terab. You no longer Terab, your brothers. So you need to work up as yourself. It is in your life. What is it that you have contributed to yourself? Leave alone the country that we are picking. Yeah, brothers and sisters. All these nonsense, Ana Bukura Uncle Buwedle Job, Ana Bukura Benamchi Nukunu Zirfalan is already done. Those who were made to be terap, or those who were made to be seedling, are already productive.
Can I just interject you?
Let me finish. Then
hang
you
on,
can
hang on.
Sorry. Can I just interject you?
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Can I? Okay,
Hang
thank
on.
you.
Let him finish, and then you reject in 1 minute. We are running out of time. Yeah.
Thank you, brother. Look, Aljesh Alamerde can bamulu pruning. I don't know if someone knows what it means by pruning. Pruning means like when you are doing farming, and if you that are necessary, that are not part of your crop, you have to go and weeds. You go and remove them such that the crop can grow. Anina you can weeds algad among their kids. And this happened in many occasions. I witnessed it across the aisle, whether being in Dima, Itang, Tarpam, Longkwe, wherever. I've seen it all. Those who have no uncles, those who have no generals, those who have no people in powers, they are made to be the only one eating janjera. And then those who have family, they go and stay with their family. Lofia jakire muhem ze yit yaloman beji na ganina zari je shamer udel yaw la besin accent min algad fi masken. Are we seeing that happen today? Yes. When Junub Tala bara, the same people who have that privilege, who had their uncle there, who have their fathers there. They are the one now running the nation. And yet they will come here and play dumb to you, like it just, keep the hope. Tomorrow you will be a big leader, Yan. Don't talk like that because tomorrow will come. And I have no damn I get a future to worry about. If I have been not a leader for the last 40 years, how the fuck do I still have hope that I will get a leadership? What type of leader? Oh, well, in the body, their kids that were with us, they have now eaten the Matal Gazol, Watan Brigadier General, Tanin Buga Major General, Tanin Buga Shunu, Uzara Bejai, and they married more than 10 kids. 10 wives. And those 10 wives have more kids. So where do you think you will fit? Jana Batak, we are now working for their kids. And yet we are still keeping the hope, one day, and Nas will never brothers. But anyway, go ahead and interject, brother. Thank you. I'll be up here.
Thank you. Lam, you will get 1 minute, and then we close
Yeah,
down.
I just Okela is I'm so delighted. Name Okela is like brother Okela will be reject in the belly. I think around 2003, 2004, which I welcome him in Nairobi. He was a part of the governor in Gambela, Okela. That name, I welcome them. Because when I speak in the heart of diversity. To make it short, when we mention Dr. John Garang, it's about if you don't remember, you are historical. If you don't remember the past, even though you may be intelligent enough, there is something that would be missing. That's why you hear the uncle and we remember Dr. John Garang. Because if you don't remember your history, the pathway you follow when you are in good condition and bad condition, therefore there is a question that you have to follow. And that's why I mentioned all what John Garang has planned. I myself, I don't want to identify myself, who am I? I'm proud of the land we are. The resource that we got is what killing us, is what makes us argue. I mentioned Okela. He went to somewhere around 2003, been thrown out of that in part of Gambela, our region there. And I welcome. Therefore, what I'm talking about when I mention historical, Dr. John Garang and plus all others, they have done a marvelous job. And the following that come behind them, they do not execute it. I don't want to make argument here. We come to analyze and contribute. That's what I said. If you said, if you remain Jamer, yes, everyone come from somewhere. We come from all the womb, from the mom, and we have to grow up. To have a why, you need to plan to extend. Where are extension if you don't understand? That's what John Garang was doing. John Garang is not with us today. We need to think with our own. That's what I just say early on. Guys, let us leave this guy to playing those games. What can we ask him? What is our future? Is it uncle going to run it? Thank you, Brother Madid.
Thank you, Lam. Before I give you a Dwaladian to conclude his last statement, I would like to have you two gentlemen. Are we, Jajamer, are we a West generation or not? Okielo, you are next. Are we a West generation?
Yeah, we are a West generation, Brother Madid. If you look at our historical background, you will find out that many of us have gone. We all have a different tale. Like although we were all Jesh Alamer, whether you were big or small, our story might have a lot of things in common, but it's completely different how you look at it and how you define it. Like I said, there are a couple categories of Judge Alamer. When you come to who were considered to be the future or the backbone of that country, we know who they are, and they are now productive. They have businesses, they have houses in the country. You can hear that they are in Dubai tomorrow. Next day, is a switch from this position to the other. But some of us who were not considered to be part of that, but God happened to have rescued them, could not even just go to their own birthplace, just to go and visit, leave alone of getting any sort of leadership. So with that said, I would say, yes, we are a West generation.
Thank you. What about you, Lam? 30 seconds.
Could O'Kelly repeat what he just said? Sorry. Can he just repeat what he said and then?
No, answer the question. He said yes. His answer, he said yes, we are a West generation. What about you?
I would say we are here. We are here because our grandfather and grandfather they have worked for us, and we don't think anyone will be agree. I will be thinking the way my granddad normally think, and therefore, if he said we are well generation or West generation, that's what I do not get it. And that's what I was asking, if he could repeat that.
No, I was the one who asking a question and then he answered it. And I had and the same question go to you. So what do you think? Because the reason why I'm asking this, Lam,
we are a West generation or are we better generation? That's the question. That's what I just trying to tackle.
West generation, or not. Yeah.
No, we are not the West generation. We are the better generation. But because we are leaning down, because our grand and our uncle, the bright path, rather than pray, maybe pray and respect. As you know, we Southern Sudanese, we are learned of respect. I will not say anything to my auntie or my uncle. I will honor them. That's the land we have. Land of prosperity, but we don't know how to do things on how. Therefore, we are not the West generation. We are the generation of going forward and well. Therefore, I said, we are okay. Let us compromise. Let us understand ourselves. Let us communicate.
Brother Lam, you did not understand my question. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You are talking about West and West. So there are two terms that are not being specified here.
Yeah, please. So just I'm listening to you.
Okay. The question is, Madid asked whether are we the West, not West generation. He didn't say West or West or So it's
like
a West.
We are in the Western world.
No. Like something that
like no. We are not the West. We are not the West generation. Sorry, we are not the West generation. We are the devolved. We are the devolved generation, because you cannot be the same with your mom.
Can you explain the word devolved generation? Maybe I did not get that term right too. Sorry.
Devolved is about improvement, right? We are the generation of devolvement. Devolve is about improvement, and then I can hand on to you. You're asking me, can I explain? I just say in a single word, devolve is about improvement. You guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Can I
Yes,
just
I just say the ball is about improvement. What do you think?
Okay, thank you, Lam. So let us move forward. So do I
Okay.
let give you this chance so you can put it your last, and then I will get back to you, Bill, and then we close. We call it the day. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you very much, Madit, and our brothers here, Okelo and Lam and Denkamis. I saw Denkamis today. How are you? You guys, how are you doing at the clubhouse? You know,
Long time, man. I miss your propaganda, man.
a long time. You know, you are the one who is doing
I'm
propaganda.
happy I'm here with you today.
Yeah. So, you know, guys, anyway, we all know ourselves and we know our country. I actually believe we know our country and our problem better than the Stephen K. That guy does not know anything. Even if he produced the whatever by through video or through what it seemed on the report, he doesn't know anything. But what I'm worried is that Salva Kiir actually he doesn't want to stop the war.
But
Salva,
the report, the report that he's doing is not coming from him. You know that, right? Those reports are provided from people within us, with the government. Government are the one who provide those information so he can write that report.
Right. You know,
Yeah.
and that's what I'm saying is that, you know, for you to be a lawyer, sometimes you have a judgment. This report, the way it could have come even this time, is wrong. I will agree if whether it's wrong or is right if it come when Salva Kiir established what they call a hybrid court, because a hybrid court is where international community may come. If hybrid court is founded, they like the way it is in the agreement, and they say, okay, we established the hybrid court. Now we are going through who did what and what happened. That is when this thing they can come up. But right now, I think it's not about report. Salva, he wanted to arrest some of those opposition leaders. And you will agree with me tomorrow. Likely, he wanted to arrest with them or even kill them. Because we know, I remember this when he was doing the 2013, he started first with a kind of like this confusion of war, and then it sounded like there is a war in Juba, and then he went go and arrest those that he know they are competing with him.
I
That
hope
is
the
what he has
leadership
been
will
doing.
allow me. I need
So
to disagree with the other regime.
Guy, we are about
later on you disagree with me.
so we will
Okay.
hang on,
Just
so
let him go.
Yeah, let them go. We are
So,
about done in the jet. We are about to come to conclude.
right.
Okay,
With
thank you.
this,
Thank you.
just to
Yeah, thank you.
conclude this, the report itself is wrong. There is no coup that can happen like that. Me, I study coup and rebellion. Okay, and they don't study like that. They don't start. There is no principle. The principle of coup is not in those both war. The only principle of the war of 2013, it can be a rebellion, because the fighting was about resisting being disarmed. Anybody of us, we all know that is a fact. The Denka, they know that, our leaders, they know that, an international community agree to that there was indeed a disarmament process going on in Tiger Division. So that was the resistance to that was what caused the war. That is not a coup. The coup is not between soldiers. Coup, it will be the soldiers going to the palace or the residence of the president and take over the power, get rid of president. Period. It doesn't attack anybody. And sometimes it's done by few soldiers. It cannot be done by the whole battalion. It's just only maybe one Syria or maybe Pasila that they can do that in some modern country. So that one is not close to coup. It's just a confusion. What I'm saying here is this: the reason they are doing this is that Salva Kiir doesn't want to implement the peace. He wants to confuse people now to begin talking about whether there is a cause, whether there is a root cause, because they don't know actually to. And I say this from the beginning, that this peace, without addressing the root cause of the war, is not taking us anywhere. Madid, I said it in the Leg Media show, and I tell it in some other show. I told you our war, root cause of the war has not yet been identified. And I tell you the root cause of war in South Sudan is tribalism. I was happy when Okello was speaking here. Okello actually spoke my experience. That is what I was when I was in Tiger. I believe I am a Red Army. I was believed that I was used. I was kidnapped from my parent. But when my government actually we got independent, I was happy that we have a government now. Now I'm going home to contribute. But guess what? Even when I tell you I was working in Tiger, do you know what I'm doing? I was doing a work of Major General Mariale Chinor. I was doing a work of Brigadier General Peter Limble. I was doing a lot of general, the work of a general. But guess my salary and my rank, because I don't have any relative in South Sudan who is a senior commander. So you see how I was really abused. This guy spoke really what is going. I think he was in Juba. Because if you were in Juba and you don't have a relative, you just win because of name of being a Jesh Amer, my brother, you will really have a good experience of South Sudan. Okay? So what I'm telling you here, our country.
But we like I was saying, Bill Cohn and I and Dinka, we are part of Poma, right? But we don't have a rank. You better than us. You have now, I don't know, are you a captain or we even look like you or a Chawik or we don't have those. We are zero. You see, you're better than us. And you even went back. We never go back there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So what I'm saying is this report is actually one of the useless report. And if they happen to put money there, they have wasted a money that can go into a development. That money could build a good university, a good college, or put a clean water in some of the villages that don't have water. Because this report is not going to help Salva Kiir, it's not going to help our country. Actually, it's going to worsen, because if Salva Kiir start another war, it's not going to look good even on his side. He should remember very well the war of 2013 doesn't look good for him, even if you think that he defeated Riek Machar. No. And again, the war of Palace 2016, one of the best war in South Sudan, because it didn't attach any.
One of the best war or one of the bad war?
2016 was the best war that you can fight, even around the world. Actually, you guys, the problem is that
there's no whoa.
You know,
because it never touched the.
Hold on.
Never
Me,
spread.
I went to university and
Can I just?
No. Are you calling the best war?
Yeah, you know, the war is only best when it target
anyway.
The actors.
Anyway, thank you, gentlemen. So, Abilkon, go ahead. So, we are coming close, please.
Okay. Anyway.
No, not
you guys. What?
Lam, just wait, please. I just want to thank all of you here, the panel and the discussion. Brother Okello just came and Ogiki, I mean. It's good contribution. I just want to answer the Madid question that are we West generation? Of course, we are not West generation with the Red Army. But I agree with the brother here for one point that there's no more future for us that you can say we are brand for the future. The future is now, because we are either in your mid 40s or your late 50s, because we are Red Army. We cannot talk about the future that the future belongs to us. The future should belong to our kids, because some of us have a kid that have also going to the teenage or even 20th. So what we want to say is this about the report. The report cannot be disqualified because it was written by the white folks or the foreign lawyers, that the people said it, because it has
sorry, Madid.
There has the audio that was intercepted. and it was based on those who on radio that was recorded. But I disagree with the timing of its release at this time. And the follow-up question from Matany, that if something like this happened, people should know what was the cause. This is what I can think about it. We don't want this country to go back to war. We want this country to implement this peace agreement so that we can talk about the country moving forward. Our generation, Red Army, we are more better than our forefather, for example, because we are most educated at this time. The country of South Sudan came at the time that when we are mature enough, but we don't have, some of us don't have these opportunities like the kid of these former commanders. Of course, nepotism is still continue to be in South Sudan, whether you're going with your certificate or a degree, if you don't have a connection, and this is what we want to abolish in this government. That's why we want a transparency that you can be employed based on your qualification and based on your experience, so that we can advance this country forward. Let us continue to talk as Red Army, but let us just leave the notion that the pressure belongs to us. The pressure is now, and we need to find a way. What can we do, for that country? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Just a short comment. You guys, there is a good war and a bad war. A good war is the one that
thank you,
only target the actors. The bad war is the one that go outside and randomly don't have a target. So that one is that's why I was saying 2016 it was in Palace. Both commanders they were there, and if they don't know who targets them, probably maybe this guy will be right to describe maybe Malonga one, maybe stage a coup against these two. If he argue in that way, I don't know if he's going to fail or he can make it. But in all, what we know is that there is no coup in all those wars. There is just tribal tension that need to be addressed in our country. And I told people, I have a solution for it. The tribal, I have a solution. And this guy, we're talking about John Garang. Actually, John Garang is a tribal leader.
Madid,
Hold on.
Sorry. Okay.
Garang has a solution for this. In mind, he knew the country has a problem of tribalism. That is why his administration was looking to mix people. His formula is called integration of the fighting tribe. That's what I call it in my book. And when we do that, if our country could allow me to actually to go ahead with this, you will see peace from among yourself, from among the tribe. But if they do it is politics or peace or maybe accusation, we're going to waste a lot of generation, not only that army. There will be more generation to be wasted in our nation. So I'm calling for all of you to think about addressing the root cause of the war. Whatever you see there is not peace. They're going to break out war soon. As Ateng, I agree with Ateng that there will be a recurring war soon, based on history that we know, and based on the fact that the root cause of the war was left out. People are talking about confusing the situation as if they don't know, and indeed they know it. So I will conclude. We need to be concerned about the victim of the war. In every war, people has to be concerned. That report did not even talk about the victim of the war, of why they died. So
okay, thank you, Dwalajan. Okay,
this guy has been disrupting me. You are like a Kamis. Always you come, you don't want somebody to talk and stop. Just interject into what is that? Leave someone 1 minute. Leave someone 1 minute to finish, and then you can talk, my brother.
What Kamis are you talking about? Are you talking about me?
No, sorry, Madid.
Okay.
What I just
what I'm saying is that we need to call all the Red Army to think about addressing the root cause of the war. That will bring the peace.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Lam.
I
addition to that,
think it's my turn, Madid.
all
Hang on,
sorry,
let them
there
go.
are
Let
echo.
them
Please give me a turn. Yeah, you guys being back and forth, back
no,
and
let
forth.
them go. Lam, you go ahead with 30 seconds and then you come.
You
Then.
know, the
Oh, okay.
origin. You know, when we think about the hatred that we do not define definition of the hatred, but I haven't said that because you Genovian, if we need to speak the foreign language, that's what you're happy with, but I'm out of it because you can identify a nominative and all this. When we got a lot of things, I don't want to hijack Madin. I really appreciate because you got all the professors are there, but they don't know those professors in Tunja, in Nuelan. There are a lot of professors. The
Okay.
origin, what I hope I don't want to take confrontation.
Yeah, he's left, so you don't leave
Of,
it that way. So the
yeah,
other just left,
of
so
you.
leave that way. So thank you,
Yeah,
brother.
therefore, let us not eye on
Yeah.
something. We are here to help ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
I need my son to live in a peaceful land.
Exactly.
The same to him too, or Yankos too. We don't want to take the philosophy of Kawaje or Koryomdier to govern us. We need to go back to our tradition. I agree one thing. One guy said early on, I think that's what we need. As I will come to my previous point. Otherwise, we need to define why do we all ourselves? Everyone have a land to graze their cow, their goat, as you know in Madrid. As you see the beautiful land of Lagos State, and then when you see the land of Upper Nile, and you see Victoria in 3 regions, beautiful manga, bananas, guys, Yamer, history take us forward. We don't have to buy these bias and these businesses, but I'm saying this, there's somebody will listen. They will not agree with me. I say this is the mind of Nuer and Dinka and Equatoria and Madi. All those you couldn't imagine tribe that exists because we got that element. Our land is blessed. There's no money we need to owe from someone. God already gave us the precious land. Let us think backward and forward rather than we based on the ideology that Kawaja trying to tell us this and that. You know what Solomon always say his own thing. And there is one that I don't understand in Mahdi. It say its own thing. And then Gewambum always say its own thing. And then Kulantat say its own thing. All these historical things, you guys, why do we be all hostage? That's what I remember when Yon Bany and John Flankot Porwell, and then our leader John Graham, and then become. I just trying to remind you guys, the audience, let us think possibly our land. As I say early on, yes, there is what they say in Nuer language. If we don't, if it come in a point that we don't understand each other, yes, simple. And then we go disarray. Why do we bother ourselves? We cannot have a common goal. What do we need to achieve? Therefore, Madid, a great job. I say this, and you will look. You know, this foreigner, they survive over blood. I don't want to say this, but I've been forced. I try to be polite because this, I got a PhD, I got what? No, PhD of what? Your mama go already get you a PhD.
I really appreciate you,
Therefore,
Brother Lump. I really appreciate you. You are really, this is the way of talk that we need. Positive talk. That's a wonderful thing. I appreciate. Thank you so much. I thank
therefore, brother from Victoria, you got a one problem. You don't see Wanigat, you don't see Mabot Mamor, all these things you blame. Does it complain about the cow destroying your land? That is nonsense. And then why don't you demonstrate and go to the Parliament House where Warigat is sitting down there, and then you're trying to storm the media and others like Moboto Mamor. Anyway, I don't want to go far. We need peace.
thank you.
You, J. Amer, wake up. Don't follow your uncle. Don't follow your auntie who trying to disband, who trying to advance themselves because of our excellence. Let us come together. J. Amer,
Okay.
you are very brave, and this is your time, as John Garang said. But some people trying to interpret in different way. Therefore, thank you. This is the message I love.
Wonderful,
I love
wonderful.
you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. We love you back, brother. Thank you. Then Kamis, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madit, and all the participants. I'm not going to take long. The topic that we were talking about is about the the press conference interview that was done by Stephen, one who produced the document, who was actually translating the audio that were recorded in 2013 coup events. And when he went to Juba and highlight out, and he even talked about concern of South Sudanese on social media, making noise, abusing him, talking whatever they want to say. He mentioned those comments. The real issue, we heard the side of the former detainees and the IO and the other opposition that were involved in 2013. We heard the side of the story that was produced by the African Union and the UN, United Nations, but the government was fighting back, telling them it was a coup, and they did not. They rush out to produce the document before the South Sudan government produced the document by that time, and it was in the middle of the war. It showed their support of what was happening. They were part of the events. Now, if today you got that document, you can deny that your own rights as a citizen. That's the best way the government can give you the result back, so you can read it by yourself. The translation, and I have seen a lot of my brothers here on the stage earlier denying sin, and they are living in the United States where everybody is recorded, even your own phone conversation as a citizen is recorded, and there's no question about it. What about the officials that work for the government? The government know their movement, what they can do at any given time, so they have to be recorded. If you live in the Western world, where the technology is actually in advance, and you're denying the audio that were produced, then and you claim yourself you have that PhD, you went to school, Iowa, like all those, uh, Washington, and you still denying the company that is being in the law firm, international law firm for more than 50 years, practicing, and they experience the same thing day and night on a lot of the coup that happen around the globe. They have alluded to those schools and for them to analyze. Now you come out and try to deny the audios. Your brain is still saying that it was the massacre that was done in 2013. That's not true. By the way, the land the Juba belong to Bari, and if there are 20,000 to 50,000, 100,000 or more plus live in the capital city, what about Bari? How many are they in Juba? Leave alone the other big communities like Dinka themselves. How many are they in Juba? So we don't have to be living in the world of denying where we can deny our all right. So the document is true and it has to be believed. You deny it, that's your own problem. My brother mentioned about the Lost Boy. Yes, we are still there. That's J. Chamber. But don't forget, J. Chamber are part of the event that took place in 2013. You can talk about, like you see, Dollar himself. He admitted that he was part of that, and he don't want to tell us what role he played. Was he in the part of the government, or was he part of the of the Riek Machar that night? So we play with that game here. I will stop there, Madid. I don't like to talk that much. Sometimes it's already been said out. And let's keep moving on to preach peace. The government is all the alternative to peace that can be bring in South Sudan. You're running around the bush over there. You still have to come to Juba to President Kiir and implement that peace process. And that way we can have election. Election will be our solution. That your tribal militia is not a solution to South Sudan problem. Only election will be our solution, where you can exercise your right to vote and bring up whoever you think is a good governor. Will be a good MP, will be a good president by then. So that's where I can end my speech, brother Madid. Thank you, and I will join back to the clubhouse.
Yeah, let's go to his phone now. A lot of people coming in.
So,
yeah, thank you. Hey, a lot of people turning in there. Thank you, everybody who watching in Facebook Live. Thank you so much. Continue to like the page and support this page. That's good. We'll bring some kind of discussion like this every time. And then thank you so much, Denka Miss and Shala and Waladjan, Benjamin Matot, and Jung Makur and the rest of you who are listening in. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night. See you guys later. Thank you. See you guys in the clubhouse. Thank you guys.